Aloha Monday, gonna swim till Saturday. It's Aloha Monday, and it's breakfast with
Welcome to Breakfast from Kona. We are presented by Active. My name is Bob Babbitt. That, of course, is the amazing Poncho Man.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Our first guest. What a better way to start off our tour of Kona this week than with the three-time Ironman World Champion and course record holder, Mr. Craig Alexander. Crowy is on the senior tour. How you doing, bud?
I'm good, Bob. Thanks for having me on.
I love having you with us. So a few months ago, we were here for Honu, and at that time, you were talking about that you were retired from long-distance training and long-distance racing, but something changed, and you're here.
Yeah, well, you know, to be honest, I got the idea in my head back in January when the main thing was Austin didn't start school. And right off the back of that, I started getting a lot of requests for appearances in North America around June and July.
Yeah.
And then off the back of that, I planned a family trip to Brazil to watch the World Cup in soccer. And, you know, with Austin not in school, Neri and I thought it made sense to come back to Boulder for another summer. And, you know, it's exactly the reason I jumped in and did Melbourne off short notice, because I didn't want to close the door completely on it. And
Right.
But there was a lot of things, you know, I had to get fit for one and get in good shape to come and race these boys. And I just wanted to leave the option there. So, you know, I came to the US with the family. We set up camp in Boulder like we always do. Went to the World Cup in June, which was awesome.
I was going to say, how was that?
That was a once in a lifetime experience. You know, both my kids play soccer back home in Australia, and
that's your background.
Yeah, I grew up playing soccer, so I mean, I'd only ever seen them on TV. To actually be there live and in Brazil, it was mate, it was huge. We had a great family holiday, and got back to Boulder at the end of June after that, and I started trying to get my body in shape. And you know, I think, you know, I've said all along, when you get into your mid to late 30s, every year people say, is it your last? Is it your last? And I truly thought last year it was the last.
Sure.
You know, it wasn't a result of the flat tire or the bad result. It was more, I thought, you know, things always normally come to a natural conclusion. I thought that was it for me. I knew I'd always come back to this place, and I thought I would be watching this year. But as I said, in January, things changed, and I got it in my head straight away. But there was a lot of things that I had to do to get in shape to make it a reality and actually try and race here.
Is it harder at 41 to get in that shape? You know, I've talked to a lot of guys as they age, and they talk about, you know, I can still do the same workouts, but I need more time in between. I can't string them together like I used to. It's
harder. It's harder and easier. I mean, I think what you do get is more experience, and also you're operating from 15 or 20 years of a good foundation of fitness.
Yeah.
So you can't do as much, but you probably don't need to do as much. And I think the hardest thing is just the mental appreciation that that's the way it is.
Right.
That you can't go out and do those hard sessions every third or fourth day or twice a week, you know, those benchmark sessions that you always did. So I think once you wrap your head around that, that's the first challenge. And there's a lot of body work. You know, I had to get a lot of physio and different things, and I think that's an inevitable part of getting older. But you know, I feel in pretty good nick for a 41-year-old.
You look pretty damn good. So when I look back, Roy, when I look at, you know, when you won Kona and set the course record in 11, you're, you know, 38 years old, oldest guy to ever win the race, and you look at your level of, you go there and you go 8:03, and in March of 12 you go 7:57, right? And run 2:38 off the bike, and had to run a 2:38 off the bike because Cam Brown was right there, and Frederick Van Leer. It was an amazing day going, you know, 2:38, 7:57. Two world-class performances like that, really in a short period of time.
Yeah.
Because when you think back, if you didn't have to do another Ironman, you would just be focusing on Kona.
Yeah.
Was that tough for you all of a sudden? You have that type of two amazing performances. How do you come back from that?
Absolutely. You know, I think after the race in Kona in 11, my next race was Melbourne. And they were two very hard efforts, which took me a long time to get over. You know, I think my next race after Melbourne was a good one, but then after that, I was very inconsistent, which hadn't been the case in the past. And yeah, no, I mean, had I not had to validate,
you wouldn't have been there.
No, absolutely not. And you know, I've always said on the record, obviously, as a guy who'd won the race, for me, the main privilege of winning was the fact that I could turn up and race in Kona. And that's what I loved. And I didn't agree with the rule change. That's my personal opinion. And, of course, as a winner, you're not going to agree with it.
Well, I share it. My feeling is that you want the best guys here. And, you know, someone like yourself, if you've been a champion, there's no reason why you can't just come back and be a champion again.
Yeah, well, I think if a race has a 35-year history, and that's the way it's been for 25 or 30 years, to then suddenly change something like that,
yeah.
I don't know. I didn't agree with it, and I still don't. But maybe that's because I'm just an old fart now.
Exactly. But again, the thing is, everybody's following the same rules, so that's
Yep.
great. So for you now, knowing that I'm assuming this is the last in Kona, but you never want to say that, maybe.
Yeah.
But knowing it probably is at the age of 41 at that level, and the guys who are coming in with Sebastian and the people are so fast.
Yeah.
How do you take this week? Do you savor this week and savor every minute of it?
Yeah, you know, I'm nervous like I always am, but I am trying to enjoy it. I mean, if I was a betting man, I'd say this is the last time I'm going to be here because I know what it takes to get here.
Yeah.
And, you know, with a business that I'm trying to start and 3 children, it's just not possible to spend the time that you need to spend. But I was excited to come back because, like you mentioned, a lot of those guys and Luke McKenzie and Fredino, I think it's an exciting year to be here racing because it is a changing of the guard, and those are the guys who are going to carry the torch here for the next 5 years or more. So, you know, I wanted to throw my hat in the ring one more time, but it is tough, and you know, I think it's not so much just your age and getting old, or getting older, should I say? It's more the things that you have to do. Like if you want to set up a coaching business, you actually need to spend some time doing it.
You have to be there.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, so that was one of the things that got shelved this year, and it's always going to be there though. So yeah, I just, you know, my first love is racing. I have a passion for this sport and a passion for this race. And when you know, the door wasn't completely shut, and when I got the opportunity, I just jumped at it.
What I love about someone like real champions to me are people who reinvent themselves. Not reinvent, but change. Dave Scott was never considered a runner, right? Everybody's like, okay, he's got to get elite. Paula, same type of thing. And both of them made what had been considered maybe a weakness into a strength. After 2010, you went and became one of the top cyclists, right? Not that you weren't a great cyclist, but you had a formula for winning.
Yep.
I can stay with these guys and then run away.
Yep.
And then the formula was exposed to a certain degree,
Yep.
and you had to reinvent yourself. You have to look at that and go, okay, I won a number of different ways here.
Yeah, no, it's very gratifying. I think it's one thing Greg Walsh said to me years ago when I first met him is, you know, you want to, you know, take pride in being versatile, not just being able to race different distances, but being good in all the disciplines. You should take a pride in your performance in the swim, the bike, and the run, and you want to be world class in all of them. And that was something that he said to me that stuck with me my whole career. So it's very satisfying to have won waiting for the marathon. It's also satisfying in 2011 to have, you know, swum close to the front and then took off on the bike with 2 or 3 other guys. So, yeah, I think it's nice to know that you have the ability to do that, and it's hard to change a formula that's brought you success though. And I think it's not until absolutely, and it's not until that, like you say, that you get exposed, that you're forced to do it, and it's daunting, but it's rewarding at the same time.
When you look at other athletes, like a Pete Jacobs wins here in 2012, and it's, you know what it was like after you won the first time. You feel like, okay, I've done it.
Yeah.
How tough is it to get back and win it again? Because everybody's pointing at you after the first time.
It's hard. It's hard for a lot of reasons, because I think, you know, first of all, a lot of commercial opportunities present, and your job apart from racing is to make money.
Take care of your family.
Absolutely. You have a financial obligation, and you know, as an athlete, you only have a certain amount of time where you can really capitalize on those opportunities. And I know Pete got a lot of good opportunities, which he capitalized on, but it all chips away at the time that you have then to devote to what you'd always done, which is just eat, sleep, and train. And I think also, like you mentioned, that mental shift where your competitors see you differently, and it does become much harder to win. So I'm tipping Pete to have a great race this year, though. I think, you know, obviously he's had the illness and the injury things going on, and that's another thing which plays into what you talked about before with the qualification. It's such a tough sport, and you know, the distances are so long. You know, you have a very small margin for error to get it right on that day and have your body right. And you know, I think Pete, has got himself right this year, and I think you'll see the best of him like we saw those 3 years where he was really up there contesting for the win. And
Yes.
But sometimes it takes a year or two off just to gather yourself and get yourself back to that kind of shape mentally and physically.
So reflections on, you came over here for first time in 07, you went second, first, fourth, first. I mean, so reflections on your favorite moments from if this turns out to be your last time racing here as a pro.
Yeah, I think my first year here, just having never been here to see the race and watched it on TV so many times, having been a short course racer, I never had met Norman and Peter and a lot of those guys.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and so to get to meet those guys that I'd only ever read about or seen on television, and just the whole atmosphere here, it's unique. It's unlike anything I'd ever experienced in my sporting life. So, the first year here is a fond memory, and obviously the first win here, it's something you dream about. And, I think even as time passes, it feels surreal that I was able to win here, It
almost seems like it's somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're in the moment, you're so focused, and you feel it's kind of like your job, and you're just doing what you're supposed to do. But it's a huge honour to qualify to race here, to win here. It's just special. I would love to tell you what it feels like, but I can't. I've heard Norman and a few others say the same thing. It's just so hard to put into words what it means to you personally and to your family. But it's a huge honour, and as you get older, you reflect more on these things. I know when I won the first time, I did enjoy it, but I was also focused on trying to win again, and then trying to cash in on those commercial opportunities. And there's not a lot of time to bask in it. You're just straight on to the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. So, I've got so many fond memories here, and I'm going to come back for years just to watch and to support and to work with my sponsors. It's a magical week.
The other thing for you, when you first started coming over here, you were just beginning a family.
Yep.
And Lucy, jumping on you after you won the first time and telling you, Daddy, we're so proud of you for doing this whole big race all by yourself.
Yeah.
And that watching your family grow here as well has to be pretty special.
No, it's been awesome, I mean, Lucy, all the time now when we're clearing customs, she's, people say, have you been to Hawaii before? Yeah, I've been here 10 times. She's an old hat. Yeah, she knows the place very well. And I think it's great to be able to share it. I've been lucky to be able to share it with the family and have such a supportive family and wife. And, it's quite a big brood now. There's, our luggage, we have more strollers and car seats than bike equipment. But
you need a Sherpa.
Yeah, we do, absolutely. So, but no, it's been awesome. It's been awesome, and the kids, Lucy and Austin will be doing the Kiki Dip and Dash tomorrow. They love that. Lucy's already got a game face on for that one. So,
let's chip off the old block.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But it's awesome. And you see so many of the athletes, pros and age groupers alike, bring their families here, and it's just a great atmosphere. It almost feels like a family atmosphere. There's so many people here supporting, and I'm really lucky to have been able to share it with them the whole time, the whole journey.
Does coming down a lead drive first obviously is very special, but just coming down it at all, it's still magical, isn't it?
Absolutely. Last year I got that flat tire early and then chased, and didn't have the ending I wanted. But it's so great to run down there. You feel the energy and the goosebumps. And I think I felt as emotional last year coming down because I ended up running down with a good friend, TJ Tollickson. We came down the finish chute together, and it's special. I mean, your first thing you're trying to achieve here is actually just to get to the finish, which is not always easy in an Ironman, and particularly here in these conditions. So it's super rewarding. It feels like that is your reward for the effort of the day, and the crowd's always electric along here. So it's just a magic feeling.
Love it. Croy, thanks for always being such a class act. We love chatting with you, especially now that you're on the senior tour. And I heard there's really big dollars going into the senior triathlon.
That's why I'm hanging around.
Poncho Man, come on in and take us out. Poncho Man's on the senior tour. The senior ukulele tour, SUK.
It's Aloha Monday, breakfast with Bob. Almost had a senior moment.
Yes, we did. He forgot the words. That's so nice. Again, we are brought to you by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Battleville Radio, and we are presented by Active. Thanks, everybody. We'll be right back.
'Cause on the islands, we do it island style. And from the mountain to the ocean, when we're to the leeward side. 'Cause on the islands, it's breakfast with Bob. Ooh, from the mountain to the ocean, when we're to the leeward side.
Welcome to Breakfast from Kona. We are presented by Active. My name is Bob Babbitt, and we are sponsored by Timex Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and of course, Babbittville Radio. My two guests, we are welcoming everybody to the beautiful island of Hawaii. And how can you do that without the race director of the greatest event on the planet, Diana Bertsch from the Ironman, and Billy Kenoi, who is the mayor of the island, the Big Island, correct?
Correct.
All right, and these things are called microphones. And yeah. Aloha, everybody. So, Diana, we are starting with you because you are, forget Paula, you are the queen, okay? You are the queen of this place. So, you came over here 1990 or so?
1990.
Vacation. Saw some silly event with people in Speedos.
That was it. Yeah, it was actually the day I was leaving the island.
Yeah.
All week there was hustle and bustle, and we heard about this thing called Ironman, said let's go check it out before we catch our flight back.
Yes.
Stood on the seawall over there, and at that moment I said, I've got to do this one day.
And so a couple years later you come back and move over here.
Yeah, moved back in 1992, started volunteering, and had the incredible opportunity in 1995 to actually cross the finish line on Elite E-Drive.
So you race the event, and then the next thing, you become what, assistant race director?
Well, I don't know that what I did was racing the event, but I did finish.
Yes.
And so that was an incredible moment and something that I will never forget and cherish. But it's something that gets in your blood,
yes.
And it becomes a part of your life. Had the opportunity in 1997, I had a job offer from Ironman, and I was the assistant to the current race director at that time.
Yes, and eventually moved on and became the race director.
Yes, in 2003, I received another call. I was not working with the company at that time, was doing some different things on the island here, and received a call and said, hey, would you like to come back? And completely overwhelmed and terrified, but absolutely a great honor, and it's been an incredible journey.
For people out there who are watching, and I mean, it's one thing to watch this thing, but what makes this event, what makes the Ironman so special?
Well, I will tell you, you talk about all these incredible partners that you have for this show and all the incredible partners we have for the event.
Yeah.
But the biggest partner that we have is the island of Hawaii and the Aloha spirit, and that's where it all starts. If we didn't have that, none of this would be what it is today.
Well, to me, that's what it's all about. It's the history of the Ironman and the history of the island, and that it just melds together to create something very special. And speaking of something very special, when the mayor and I went for a little swim with Heinz Ward, a little over a year ago, you were a little bigger man.
I was.
What did you weigh then?
Probably maybe 250.
250.
250, big boy.
You were a big boy. And how much weight have you lost?
About 30 pounds, about 220, a little less, moving around, but about there.
And you finished the 70.3 here.
Yes.
And what are you doing on Saturday?
I am humbled and honored to be in as you said, Bob, the greatest sporting event in the world.
Yeah.
It's the Ironman World Championship. People spend their lives and their careers chasing that dream, and I feel so blessed and fortunate to call this island home, to live amongst this aloha spirit and this respect and kindness that exists here. But started goofing around in Olympic distance and a couple lava mans and my first honu. Yeah. Diana kindly left up the finish line 50 minutes past the finish. She was like, he's the man, leave it up a little while before we take it out. But and I had the finishing medal, and I keep all my finishing medals, but never feel like on true finish. So I said, the next honu, I got to come back.
Yeah.
And learned a little about nutrition, learned a little bit about clips and how to go into arrow, and next thing you know was a complete commitment. And this last year, finishing in time, cutting off about an hour and a half from my last honu, and then to be awarded by Andrew Messick and Ironman and Diana to be surprised with a slot. My first thought was, you know, as a politician, hey, I'm not taking somebody's slot. I said, no, we added one for you.
Yes.
But
that's so cool.
It's a privilege and honor. In the last few months, I've, you know, as you swim out in Kailua Bay and you ride along the Queen Kahumanu, you go up to Kohala on training sessions, and I've been born and raised on this beautiful island, but I've never seen its beauty as I have while training. And if somebody asked me, I would say, you know, I didn't put in the hours that I should have. I'm not where I want to be. But, you know, we have a lava going on, a situation in Puna. We've had hurricane hit. So my focus has been on our community and been on my family. But at 9 o'clock at night, I ran 14 miles for the first time from Volcano to Hilo. Guys are like, did I see you on the side of the road at midnight? I'm like, yeah. But you got to do what you got to do, right? This is serious.
Well, and Diana, speak for a second about a role model. Okay, it's one thing to have an event come to an island and be sort of in a bubble, and then all the athletes leave, and it's like, yeah, we made a few dollars from the event, but having a role model who's the mayor, who grew up here, went to community college, ended up going back to Massachusetts and getting your law degree from University of Hawaii and working with Senator Kennedy, and you've done so much, but having him as really representing the island racing, what does that mean?
Oh, you know, it's huge for us. It's not just that it's somebody that is learning to love the sport, because if you come down to the start, you're going to fall in love with what Ironman is all about. Right. But the mayor and I have been great partners since he has been in office.
Yes.
And so it goes both ways, and we've been able to share with him what Ironman's all about and the impact it has on the community, but he's been able to educate us as well. And so it's a great partnership because we can guide each other through something that's incredibly dynamic and can be incredibly overwhelming, but we see the impact on both sides. So to have somebody like the mayor get involved and understand not just what the impact is, but how Ironman changes lives. So you have people that come here from all over the world, and then they take what they've gotten here from Hawaii back to their homes, and they're different people. And so to be able to be this close to it and understand, and have somebody such as the mayor understand, is not just significant for us here in Hawaii, but significant to our sport.
So, Mayor, you were class of '86 on this island in high school. And the event was here then. And what did you know of the event at that time? If somebody had said, hey, a couple years down the line, you're going to be doing this race, you would have been like...
Right. People still laugh. I mean, I ran into my classmate today who goes, Billy, Ironman? So are you like announcing it, or you're actually in it? You know, I had very little knowledge of the Ironman because this island, Hawaii Island, is 4,028 square miles. And when people ask, how big is that? I said, you know, it's larger than the states of Rhode Island and Delaware, same size as the state of Connecticut.
Yes.
So this is a big island. So when you grow up on one side, they're like, oh, stay away from Kona. Ironman's crazy, traffic.
Exactly,
right. I never witnessed it. But in my first year as mayor, I took office in December of 2008. So 2009, I witnessed my first Ironman World Championship. And you look at the assets you have in a challenging economic environment, and you want to protect it. You want to grow it because it means economic investment in your community. It keeps your working families working. And so I said, hey, I got to support these guys. So I came down, and I was blown away, Bob. I mean, I've been, you know, I went to UMass when they went to the Final Four. So I went to that, went to Super Bowls, World Championship fight in Las Vegas, De La Hoya Mayweather. But to see that at your home island, I was blown away. And two things struck me about the Ironman. Just the amazing, the amount of love of the volunteers. To see 5,000 people volunteer at anything.
Flying in from all over the world.
And doing it with love and aloha and a smile and a shaka. And was like, wow. And then the human stories I was able to witness. People tell me why. I tell them, you guys got to come check them out. You know why? You're going to witness in celebration of the human spirit. To see some of the people who crossed that finish line. Yeah. No more words. I mean, to say anything about how powerful that is to diminish what you witness, you know? Amazing.
As a island kid, how did you adapt to going to Massachusetts? How tough was that for you?
It was kind of cool because, you know, you're growing up, you're curious, right? And people tell you, hey, you know, curiosity killed the cat. You ask so many questions. I go, but you know what? Satisfaction brought them back. You know, I wanted to know. Hey, what is it like? But, you know, going up there, I met my wife of 24 years. She's a volleyball player up there. Ended up going to Washington, D.C., got to work with United States Senator Daniel Kenoi.
Spring break in Daytona Beach?
That too. Oh, Bob. Hey, Bob, what you do? Hire an FBI firm here?
I've got photos.
But the bottom line is, doing this is, there's a couple reasons, Bob. One is, we all know that the healthcare model that exists, we cannot sustain it.
Right.
But, you know, it's not magic how we get our community healthy. If we all eat a little better and we exercise a little more, we'll drive down healthcare costs in Hawaii. And our kids, you know, here in Hawaii, they have the world champion athletes from around the world come to their island.
Right.
There's this huge opportunity to partner with Diana, with Ironman, to take all of these lessons and assets that we have, celebrate it, but more importantly, create this healthy, vibrant island community that values exercise, that values athletes, that values the lessons that we learn from them. So we're trying to create a partnership that will last a long, long time. I'd love to see generations of kids, to have a kid who was born and raised, saw the Ironman as a kid, trained his whole life, and one day becomes a world champion.
So what's it going to feel like for you as someone who has walked down a Li'i Drive, I don't know how many times, to take that right turn and hear the crowd, and here comes Mayor Billy Kenoi.
That's what, you know, and when the heat and the wind blowing, and you headed off Hawaii, and all kind of crazy thoughts enter your mind, that's what's going to sustain me, is take that right on off of Hualalai onto a Li'i Drive. We're doing it yesterday, trying to imagine what song would be playing, you know, to hear Mike Riley. He better say him. I might pay him on the side if I can to say it twice. I like hear him twice, not just Billy Kenoi, you and Ironman. I like him Hana hold her crowd and do them one more time. But I gotta say this, people always talk, I've been keeping a very low profile about it because this sport keeps you very, very humble.
It does.
Because so many things can go wrong on race day.
Yes.
Things can go wrong in the water. I mean, you cannot stop, take a break, drink water, rest.
No.
Right? I mean, you're out there.
2.4.
You could get hit, your bike, you could get multiple flat tires, you could be a bike crash. So the entire time, it's just this very humbling, wonderful, exciting experience, and I look forward. I can't even imagine what's gonna be like. I'm actually just terrified right now, Bob. I'm trying to act all cool, like I got this, but no big deal. But
will the whole family?
I'm doing Zen. Yes, my kids are telling me, "No worry, Dad. We're gonna be there. We're gonna help you down the end." I think they saw the whole new.
Even if we have to stay up late, Dad, we're gonna be out there. We'll get you your light stick.
Yeah, that'll keep me going.
Nice.
Family and friends.
So, Di, I'm assuming you'll be there when this young man comes across the finish line. And it's been a partnership, what you and Billy do for this island and with getting kids into fitness. And I know how involved you guys are with the keiki race. And, you know, it's what's great about it is it's the Ironman reaching out and telling people that you can change your life through fitness, right? So watching him come down the finish line, what are you going to be thinking?
You know, it'll actually be a really exciting time for all of us.
Yeah.
It's something that, you know, when you see how this event and how Ironman can change somebody, like the mayor said, the first time he came out was his first year in office, and prior to that, if Ironman was in town, he went the other way. And so when you hear those stories, and then when somebody can have a taste of it, and then you can be a part of their ride and a part of their journey, to experience how this gets into your system and how it changes just who you are and your enthusiasm, there's something special about crossing that finish line on a Li'i Drive. And it is so exciting to see every athlete cross, as you know.
Oh yeah.
But there's always going to be people in your life, and the mayor has been one of them over the last 8-9 years that has definitely been an influence in my life. And we've learned a lot together, and we've grown a lot together. So to see not just a partner, but somebody that's a personal friend, have this opportunity that not many people get, is going to be a pretty joyful experience, I think, for me, and I'm looking forward to seeing that moment.
All right, Diana, Mayor Billy, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you,
Appreciate it. We're bringing our man, Poncho Man. Take us out, baby.
Oh, look at this. Beautiful music.
Bob, Diana, and Mayor Billy Kenoi. From the mountain to the ocean, windward to the leeward side. From the mountain to the ocean, windward to the leeward side.
Thank you so much for being with us for Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active. My name is Bob Babbitt, and again, we're sponsored by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Thank you both for being with us.
Thank you, Bob. Aloha.
Bye.
Monday morning, jumped out of bed. I put on my best shoes, got on my bike, raced like a jet, all the way to Breakfast with Bob.
Welcome everyone to Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Abbott. We are presented by Active. Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and of course Babbittville Radio. Our next guest, the lovely and talented, and she brought beer, Linsey Corbin. Linsey, how the heck are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. It's good to be on the show and enjoying Hawaii.
I love it. Now, you have been here. We are talking, you have been here, this is 8-time finisher.
Yes.
Right?
And I've been here 9 times. So 2006 to this year.
And what is it about this place?
It's Hawaii. I mean, it's beautiful. Look where we are. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy the course, the allure, the challenges. Every year I've raced here, it's been different, so you don't really know kind of what to expect.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's that challenge and trying to piece all the pieces of the puzzle together that keeps you coming back.
Well,
and it's fun in a weird way.
So going back, growing up in Bend, ski racer.
Yep.
Ski racer in Bend, and how'd you go from ski racer to triathlete?
Yeah, I ran cross country and track, and did a lot of running growing up. I grew up with Jesse Thomas, actually. We were on the same.
Did you really?
Yeah, we were teammates, cross country and track.
Good guy back then?
Yeah, he was a solid guy.
And he was a basketball player.
Yep, basketball player. I was not. I actually was on the basketball team for one winter and got sidelined on the bench. So
nice.
I should stick to sports that go
straight
forward.
Ahead, yes.
Exactly. Yeah, and then I went to school at the University of Montana and joined the club team there. And just thought it was fun. And at the end of college, all my friends were doing this thing called the Ironman in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and so I thought, not only would I race Ironman Coeur d'Alene, but it would be my first professional race as well. And that was in 2006.
And so you had done some little triathlons before that?
Yeah, I did just a few like local sprints, and then I did the local Olympic, local half Ironman. I did Wildflower that year, and that was sort of my big come out race. I think I finished 3rd among the pros, but I was an age grouper, and which is a different race, as you know. But I may still have the course record for amateurs there, so it was a good day for me, and then just haven't really looked back since.
And that first Ironman Coeur d'Alene, how was that?
It was good. It was super duper hot, and I didn't know what to expect. And so my only goal for the whole race was don't walk on the marathon. And I think I came off the bike maybe in 19th or 20th, and women were dropping like flies, and I didn't know what was going on. I just knew I'm not walking, and I finished, I think, 6th. And at that time, they did Kona slots, not the point system.
Yes.
And a slot rolled down to me, and
next thing you know, you're there.
I was living Aloha in 2006. So
what's interesting to me is you're an 18-time Ironman finisher, 5 wins, 470.3 wins. Like we said, 8-time Kona finisher. A lot of times, as people get into their early 30s, and they've been doing it a while, you see things go a little backwards.
Yeah.
For you, you went sub 9 at Ironman Arizona and won Ironman Austria in 2012. But this year in Austria, you had you set PRs for the swim, the bike, and the run. Yeah. Right? And you ran sub 3.
Yes.
Which is something you've always wanted to do. 8:42.42, 2:56 marathon. I mean, what's allowed you all of a sudden, as you're older, to actually be going faster than ever before?
Well, I think just putting the pieces of the puzzle together for sure. I was telling you before the show started, but a big thing has just been healthy, consistent this year. I haven't missed a day of training. In the past, I've been very up, down, and I started working with a new coach this year, Jesse Kropelnicki, with QT2 Systems.
Okay.
And I think one of the biggest lessons that Jesse sort of has imparted on me is to slow the heck down. I think in the past I've been known as like full gas, 1-speed Corbin.
Right.
And I've had to almost a short leash put on me. So my easy days are 10-minute mile runs or...
Oh, we could run together.
Yeah, totally. Let's do it. Or, 100-watt bike rides. And that, though, has enabled the hard days are...
really hard.
Not much fun.
Yeah.
But it's, I think, it's allowed me to be healthy, and that's allowed me to be consistent, which then allows you to be confident. And then I just think it kind of all plays together. And then also it's allowed the hard training to be very hard, and I think you see the physical benefits from that.
So what I don't think people realize is when you get to a point where you're training, you're racing, and then you get an injury, little Achilles, whatever it happens to be, and then you're sort of like, okay, I've got a race coming up. I can't really train. I'll just race and then recover. So then you really aren't improving. You're maintaining.
Yeah, and that was the big thing for me is at the end of last year, I looked back and I just felt like I'd kind of reached a plateau. I spent last year, most of the year injured. Actually, last year at this race, my longest run before the race was one 9-mile run.
That was it?
Well, and then I did a handful
of... 10th.
Yeah, and I ran a 3:04.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but it wasn't healthy. I wouldn't recommend it. And I think I looked back, you know, you always reflect after this race of like, what could I do different? And I just was like, the injury and this up and down cycle of training, it needs to stop. Yeah, and so we moved to Bend, Oregon. I moved back to my hometown.
From Missoula?
From Missoula, Montana, which I love Montana.
Right.
But I think a change of venue and training and having proper health care, great training partners, close to family, all that's helped out a lot. And then obviously I started working with Jesse. We started talking in November. And so a year under his close guidance, I think that's been huge as well. And then just years of putting all the pieces together. So
like we said, we don't normally get gifts, but you brought us beer. Tell me about the beer.
So I'm sponsored by Big Sky Brewing Company out of Missoula. And
a beer sponsor.
Yeah,
I mean, you might as well just quit at that point.
We got a carbo load, right? I mean, we got a carbo load, so.
Right.
But and so Big Sky makes a custom beer for me. This is the 5th or 6th year they've done it for this race. So we fly beer out. Everyone loves beer, right? So
who doesn't?
Yeah, exactly. And on Wednesday we have a happy hour event with Cliff Bar.
Oh, so, nice.
Yeah, people can come get a beer and hang out, and it's a good way to catch up with people. So.
Well, let's talk about Ironman Austria.
Yeah.
And I mean, when I saw the times, I was like, wow. That one, it has to give you a ton of confidence coming into this race, knowing that you're going so well.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that, the confidence you get from that race.
Yeah, I mean, days like that so much goes on in Ironman. And so that was definitely a day where a good course, good competition, good conditions, great gear, great training leading up to it. And so the pieces all... everything fell together. I knew before the race that my training metrics were that I was fit. I won Ironman Cabo in March, and I knew I was kind of fit for that. And I knew I was more fit for Austria. And I think when you have those opportunities, especially for me, because I'd been so up and down with injury, it's like, I don't want to waste an opportunity. I'm healthy. You got to go for it while you can, you know? And so, during the race in Austria, I remember looking at my watch. I don't really start paying attention to time, but on the run, I started, okay, like if you can break 3 hours, you're going to be in a good place. And as the run went on and I saw the splits, it's like, you don't know when this chance is going to come again.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I don't. And I think, exactly. And it's, I think, a big thing for me is I've learned to take a little bit more risk and be brave and maybe not be so afraid. Like,
what do you got to lose?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's going to happen?
But that stuff happens.
Blow-ups are tough. But yeah, I mean, and so Austria was a magical day. Chris, my husband, had sort of planted in my ear that time Mary Beth Ellis had set the course record and the American record there. And I thought, that's a time I dream of. That's not me. And then I crossed the finish line and I could see the clock, and it was
8:42:42.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a great day, but I think I don't take those for granted, and that doesn't mean anything for this race.
Having an American record's always sweet.
Yeah. But the good news is I've trained great since then, and I
stayed healthy.
Yeah, and I've done my homework for this year for this race. So. Different race, but I'm excited to see where things are and test the limits and get out there, and
One of the things I read about is that you were the way you broke it up mentally in the marathon, 17 10-minute repeats, something like that?
A lot of the times I'll break it up. I mean, it's such a long race.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's all about setting small goals, particularly in this race. I'm often just, how can I get to the next mile? And a lot of times I'm thinking, going through like a body check, like is your chest forward, or your feet underneath your hips? How's your cadence? Have you eaten? Have you had anything to drink? But a lot of the time I'll do 10-minute repeats.
Yes.
So it's just like, all right, 10 minutes, you can do it. You can do anything for 10 minutes, right? At least you can talk yourself into it. And a lot of times I eat on a 10-minute cycle in the marathon.
Yes.
So eat a Cliff shot block, and then it's like the little rat in the cage getting your reward, you know, like.
Has it changed any? I mean, this will be your 9th finish here.
Yeah.
Does it change coming down Lee Drive? Is it any different, or is it still as magical as ever?
Oh yeah, it's still magical as ever. I think what's unique about it is that you can be up going through hell on the Queen K and you swear off ever coming back here
again. I will never do this again.
What was I thinking? And then you turn that corner and it doesn't matter how good, how bad your race is. That crowd literally lifts you up and carries you, and you don't remember much. You know, I can't ever pick faces out of the crowd or whatever, but it's a distinct, I mean, it gives you goosebumps just talking about it, and yeah, way to fire me up for a Saturday now.
So you've been 5th, 8th, and 10th here in Kona. Can you win this race?
I'd like to. I mean, it's definitely a goal of mine. I'm realistic. I guess, I look at, Caroline and Rinny and Rachel, and they're awesome ladies. Yes. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's in me, And,
especially as you're getting better.
Yeah, exactly. I just, you have to do the stepping stone. So I've been 5th, but I think, I'd like to get a taste of what's a little bit closer this year, and I mean, I'm ultimately always going for the win. I think for me a big thing is just focusing on myself and taking care of myself. In the past, I've come here and been so concerned about what everyone else is doing and what's going on, and I think like Austria and Cabo both were races where I just put the blinders on, took care of myself, stuck to a very regimented plan, and I come out of the water usually not with the lead pack. I know that, but I'll come out, with Rinny or main pack.
I was going to say people to ride with.
Yeah, exactly, and it's you just got to take care of yourself, and know that later in the day is where the chips really start to fall. So I think last year I got a little worked up about what the front group was doing and my deficit.
It's easy to get carried away with that.
It's a long day. So.
When you see them when you're on the way out to Javi and you see them coming back, you're like,
oh, no fair.
They're drafting. How do I do that? Yeah. How do I get that?
Yeah, but.
So from getting into this when you were in college to where you are now, would you ever have imagined that you'd be a professional athlete and traveling the world and breaking and setting an American record and all that type of stuff?
No, I mean, I think we came here in 2006. Chris and I, was our honeymoon. God bless my husband. I mean, who comes to Ironman on their honeymoon? He doesn't even do triathlon.
Really? Wait. You guys came here on your honeymoon for your first, was it your first Ironman?
Oh, yeah.
First one?
Yeah. Actually, the honeymoon was after the Ironman, which is even worse, right? Like, poor guy.
Ow.
But, it was just, we thought we'd come once.
Like,
all right, once in a lifetime opportunity.
What were you going to move? Were you going to go get what was your real professional?
I didn't really, that was the thing, was I was kind of floating around trying to figure it out, and this almost came to me, but I feel now I'm doing what I was meant to do. Like, I feel this is it, so I'm happy.
I love it.
Yeah.
Poncho Man. Linsey, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
For joining us, and have a great race. Whatever you do, you'll be coming down Lee Drive, loving it, smiling.
Exactly.
Cowboy hat, where will the cowboy hat be waiting?
Yes, the cowboy hat usually waits by the banyan tree. Last year I was in a sprint finish, so no cowboy hat.
Oh, wait, who'd you sprint with?
Amanda Stevens.
Did you get her?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, then it's worth it then.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, no cowboy hat. So hopefully this year, cowboy hat, higher finish, we'll be happy.
Love it. You're watching Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. We are presented by Active. Our other sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, and of course, we're at Huggos, and our main man, Poncho Man, taking us out.
With Bob. It's Breakfast with Bob and Linsey and her beer.
Solid.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's a beautiful morning. We're looking for something dumb to do. Oh baby, I wanna have breakfast with you. And Bob and Michelle.
Welcome to Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active. Hashtag inspired to race. My name is Bob Babbitt, and our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. One of our favorite athletes we got to meet in Germany at Challenge Roth, Michelle Vesterby, joins us. Michelle, how are you?
Oh, I'm so great. I've been looking forward to this breakfast dinner the whole week I've been here.
So, Michelle, for our people who are watching on the World Wide Web who have not heard your story, you didn't start out as a triathlete. You were at Club La Santa in Lanzarote partying,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you saw a cute boy.
I saw a cute boy.
And what happened next?
Then I just do what I always do. When I want something, I get something.
Yes.
So I told my friend, I want this guy. I got this guy. He was a triathlete. I wasn't. So I needed to get started because I lied to him.
So wait, you lied to him. So he said, I'm here for a triathlon camp, I'm working out. And you said, oh, I'm a triathlete too.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
you weren't a triathlete.
I was not a triathlete. I was actually there for drinking, partying. Club La Santa is also a great place for going out. Yeah,
Yes.
You can see all these fit people, you know. So it's a perfect place, yeah, to meet guys.
But you had been an athlete when you were younger.
Yeah, I've been a former elite swimmer.
Okay.
So, but I just took a couple of years out of the sport.
Little bored with swimming.
Little bored with swimming. I was a party guide in Lorette de Mar. So if anyone's seen me, it might be there on the dance floor, you know.
So you were a dancer.
I was not. I think I would call myself a dancer, but I don't think anyone else would.
Nice.
No.
So you come back from Club La Santa,
Yeah.
and you had told this boy that you liked that you were a triathlete, so now you had to become a triathlete.
Yeah, because we were actually living next door in Denmark, so that was the problem.
You were living, you didn't
didn't
know
know
him before,
no,
but you guys were right next door to each other.
Exactly, and
So,
there's
yeah.
only one triathlon club in the city where we're from.
Yes.
And he was just like, I haven't seen you before in the club. That's really weird.
Yes.
So I had to sign up. As soon as I got home, I had to get myself road bikes to put in my apartment to show him that I was a triathlete.
Right.
So I got a bike from one of my good friends, bought it cheap, got it in the living room for the first meeting there with him.
So you hadn't ridden it at all?
No.
And now, you hadn't ridden the bike at all?
No.
And
But then I started.
then you started riding?
Yeah.
And he was a pretty good triathlete.
Yeah.
And how long was it before you were a better triathlete than he was?
Actually, Klaus is really competitive. He was a former professional windsurfer.
Yeah.
And then he started triathlon and got good really fast. But as soon as he get to a proper level, he just quit. You know. So I think I beat him after, let's just say, a couple of weeks.
After a couple of weeks. So then he went from being a triathlete to being your
Bike bitch.
bike bitch.
Yeah.
Basically, so he travels around and takes care of your bike, makes sure everything's done. So he went from being an athlete and you were a gal he met in a bar in Club La Santa to you becoming a professional athlete,
Yeah.
and him becoming your bike bitch.
Exactly. And he will probably tell you that he's the one getting me into triathlon. He's the
Yes.
which it's kind of true,
yeah.
But also getting me to where I am today.
Yes.
Yeah. So we also have to say thank you, Klaus, sometimes.
Of course.
Yeah.
And when did you guys get married?
We got married this December.
Oh, so it's fairly new.
It's fairly new, yeah.
So he's officially your bike bitch now. He can't
He's-
go anywhere else.
He can't go anywhere else.
Have
no.
other people asked if they could borrow your bike bitch?
Yeah, I'm actually starting a rental here. So if anyone want to rental a bike bitch, you can go to bikebitch.com and I will book Klaus for you to pump your bike, do whatever you need to be done. Yeah. And it's kind of cheap.
So when you got into being a professional, how long was it before you became a professional triathlete? From when you started?
Yeah, I started doing some short distance races. The ITU. Yeah.
Didn't like that?
Didn't like it. It wasn't in my stomach. No.
Because?
It was too fast.
It was too fast?
Yeah. And I had to do all the tactique, you know, look what the other ones was doing. This is much more better. You can just go out on the bike. You can push your own power. You can just be yourself.
When you're ITU, it's tactical. You have to think about, I don't want to go too hard on the bike because I have to get off and run really fast. But so you made the transition, and your first Ironman was in Arizona?
Yes.
2011?
Yes.
5th place?
Yes.
You loved it?
I loved it. I loved every part of it.
Yeah.
I hadn't trained for that event at all. The swim got cancelled in Las Vegas for the ITU World that year. And I was just like so disappointed. So my coach was like, why don't you just go to Arizona, try to do an Ironman? And I was like, but I really never haven't biked more than 120K and I haven't run more than 30K once in a race. So I was just like, oh, why not?
Why not? You're there.
Yeah, I was there. So
and
I did it.
5th place?
5th place.
First Ironman.
Yeah.
And from then on, it's been... 2011, you get, 8th at the 70.3 Worlds, right?
Yeah.
And then 2nd European Long Course Championships, and you win Ironman Lanzarote in 2012. So you've been on a little roll since.
Yeah, for sure, I have.
And when you came over here for the first time, what did you think? Came over to Kona.
To be honest, I loved it. I just get super excited when I get here. I love the course. It reminds me of Lanzarote. I feel like home. They just have a little bit more hot water, they have fish, they have dolphins, they have everything. I get super excited.
A lot of people come here and they have a problem with, oh my God, it's so hot, it's so windy. You seem like you love all of that.
Yeah, I do. I do love all of it here.
The harder the better.
The harder the better, yeah. So let's hope for some wind on race day.
So 12th the first time out here. Did that surprise you? You lost your goggles in the swim, and did it surprise you that you did so well first time out?
No, not really. No,
you sort of.
I felt good coming into the race, but you're always looking at the start list. 35 of the best girls in the world have done amazing results during the year, so you're always super excited. It's like, oh, how is it going to do, Right. But you just have to keep calm. And I did that the first year. I was here with my husband, my mom and dad, Klaus's parents, so everything was just like feeling familiar. Can't say that word.
Familiar.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay.
Difficult word.
So 2012, you moved to 8th.
Yeah.
54.12, 4:55, 3:16, 9:11. Were you happy with that? Moving up from 12th to 8th?
Yeah, I think it's
progress.
I think it's a good progress. So 12 and 12, 8 last year.
Yes.
4 this year. You can do the math.
So is that what your goal is?
Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So top 5.
Top 5 would be nice.
On the right day, could you win this race?
For sure not. I don't think I will win it this year, to be honest.
Yes.
But my coach, Luc van Lierde, he's promised me that 2016 will be my year.
Yeah, exactly.
So what he says is, this year we improve my 10K speed. We improve my half Ironman speed. We will see how it goes with the marathon. We don't know yet.
Right.
But he will definitely use the next couple of years to build me up to be a stronger and fitter athlete. But I, of course, hope to improve my 8th place from last year. I'm better in the swim. I'm better in the bike. I'm better in the run. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be better across the board. You're going to be a lot better.
Yeah.
So when you look at, when I look at the times from last year, Rinny ran 250, and Rachel, Liz, and Ivana all ran 3:03, and so you're, 3:16. Obviously, can be a lot faster. How much faster? Can you get to that level of 3:05, 3:07?
I can definitely get there.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm definitely, as we worked on my 10K speed, that improved this year. We worked on the half Ironman speed, it improved this year. So for sure we can improve it. I feel much more light on when I do my run. I feel much more confident on the run, and I think that's the main deal. I actually think last year I could have run 3:10.
Yes.
But it's also something about getting there. I haven't been in the sport for so many years, so I need to learn how it feels to run a marathon.
What has Luc van Lierde brought to you as a coach?
He definitely brought some. I've always been confident in what I'm doing.
Yes, yes.
But again, giving me some, I don't know.
Some confidence.
Some confidence as well. Yeah, we did a lot of training during the winter over on Club La Santa. I was in Belgium visiting him, and we really see the improvement he's done with me. So that's also given me some calm, and I know he knows what he's doing. That's also
won it twice. Yeah,
exactly. He won it twice. He's coached
set the course record. Yes,
he coached Frederik van Lierde and Marino van Hoenacker. So he definitely has to do with some guys that know this game and know this island even better than me. So with that said, he's living in my house, so I get Fifth and Twix every single day. So
Luc is here. He's coming on with us, I think, the next couple of days. What has your success done in terms of more awareness in Denmark for triathlon? More people aware of the sport?
There's definitely growing. It's growing big time. We have Ironman Copenhagen.
Yes.
We have the 70.3 in Aarhus. Now we get a new challenge race in Denmark, Challenge Legoland. So there's definitely lots of racing and it's booming. We are 55 Danish athletes here this time.
55?
55. So that's huge. You know, this morning at the pier, I was just like, is everyone speaking Danish here? So it was so great. It's like one big family. Everyone has brought their family here. So, you know, on the course there will be so much support. So the sport in Denmark has definitely grown, and it's so great now, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Michelle, thank you so much for taking time. Have a great race on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I love that. And say, give my best to the bike bitch.
I will. I will say hi for you.
Again, this is breakfast from Kona. We are beautiful huggos. My name is Bob Babbitt. We are sponsored and presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and of course Babbittville Radio, and our man, Poncho Man, taking us out.
No. So yeah. Let's go. Are you ready? 'Cause I'm ready. Breakfast with Bob.
Poncho Man!
I need to learn to
there's a ukulele in my coffee. Excuse me, Heidi. But there's a ukulele in my coffee, I do declare. Breakfast with Bob.
Welcome to Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active. Hashtag inspired to race. My name is Bob Babbitt, and our other sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Our next guest, the two-time Ironman 70.3 World Champion, Mr. Sebastian Kienle. Sebastian, how the heck are you?
Since I'm here listening to music from Pancho Man and having the great ocean in the background, I'm not doing so bad.
It's pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah, it is definitely. Even if you know that race week is also very busy, I just try to enjoy it.
Yes.
I mean, we are not in a closed TV studio or something.
You're not sitting in a cubicle working a real job. This is not a bad way to make a living. What, Sebastian, take me back. What got you into triathlon to begin with?
I think we have been on holidays at my grandmother. You know, it was the time before iPads and
yes, yes.
So we have been boring, I guess, and a little bit overactive. And so my father read something from a triathlon in the newspaper, and yeah, we just went there and have a look on it. And I was like really amazed from the people in their wetsuits with their disc wheels.
Yes.
And
you like the equipment, all the cool stuff.
Yeah, actually, it was more the equipment than the people.
I bet.
And yeah, then I decided I have to start this sport right now, and then I started it. And yeah.
And you start with more of the Olympic distance and.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're not starting when you are 12 years old with Ironman.
Right.
But yeah, at my club at home where I started, it was Thomas Hellriegel and Holger Lorenz. I have been training there, and from time to time Norm was also there. So it was a pretty good place to start at.
Well, and Germany has such a great legacy in triathlon, especially Ironman distance, with everybody from Norman Stadler to Thomas Hellriegel to Wolfgang Dietrich.
Time to add something to this legacy this year.
Exactly. So you were really exposed to the sport when you were 8 years old. You started racing when you were around 12. Won Xterra Germany in 2005, 2006. At first, did you like the mountain bike side of it as much as the road side?
2006, I was also under 23 short course champion in Germany. I just love to add some variety to it, and Xterra also seems to fit my strong cycling.
Right.
And yeah, also in the winter, I still love to go on the mountain bike or cross bike, and yeah, it was just. I mean, it was just for fun, but you know, if you do something for fun, then you are most of the times really good at it.
Exactly. So in 2009, you knock off 70.3 World Champion Michael Raelert and at Ironman 70.3 Wiesbaden. Was that? Do you look at that as one of your bigger wins early on in your career? Because Michael certainly was.
Yeah, I think so. But it was Michael's first try on 70.3 distance, and but yeah, sure, Wiesbaden was pretty big the first time, and for sure, like one of the steps towards a real professional career.
Right. When you won 70.3 Worlds in Vegas, and all of a sudden, that's a month before coming here. How did your world change? When you knock off, I mean, all the legends are there, Craig Alexander's there, everybody's there, and you win that race. Now all of a sudden you go from people sort of knowing you to being potentially someone who can win here.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, it's really, it is an honor to be counted as one of the favorites, because you have to work pretty hard for it. It's not falling from heaven or something, you know. It's not because of nothing.
Right.
And I mean, definitely, it is an honor to be one of the favorites in this field.
Right. So that year, first time here, you finished fourth. And a lot of times people have problems getting used to the heat and the wind. The fact that you did so well first time out, did that give you a lot of confidence? And what was that first experience like?
I mean, especially with Vegas before Kona, I thought I'm probably more somebody who's racing good in European kind condition, probably cooler, rain or cooler conditions. Yeah. And because I'm not like the super skinny guy, I still have some muscles, and I thought I'm gonna have problems. But in Vegas, I already showed myself that this is not the case. And also, then in Kona, it was more the other way around. I seem to don't have a big problem with the heat, and of course, it's important to have a good debut here and show yourself what you are capable of in the heat, because it's just another race. I mean, I'm doing intervals here, and those are like 10 to 50 seconds slower at the same heart rate per K than at home, and you just have to relax and accept that this is something different, you know.
When you were coming down a Lee Drive to finish that first time you were here, did it feel different than other races that you'd finished before?
Yeah, definitely, because especially the first time, I mean, I waited really long till I did my first long course race, and then I waited another 2 years till I make my Hawaii debut, and so, you know, the foreplay was very long, and so it was really nice to be there. And then, especially with how the race unfolded, I was leading together with Marino, then had the flat, and it was just amazing. I mean, it's probably in a lot of other races you feel shit about the fourth place, but not here. It was great, and it was the same last year with my third place. I think in a lot of other races it's just about the winner, but here I don't think so much. Not for me, at least.
Right. So this year, Ironman Frankfurt, right? European Championship, you hold off Jan Frodeno, gold medalist from 2008, and was that race on your birthday?
Yeah, my 30th birthday, yeah.
So on your birthday, and you win this major race in Frankfurt. What was that? When I look at the splits from that race, I mean, 7:55, 2:49 marathon. That had to be a very special day for you, especially to win in your home country.
Absolutely. I mean, Frankfurt, everybody knows it's the biggest thing for the Europeans after Kona, for sure. And also in that field, with probably 2 of my 5 picks for the win here, it was something special. And I mean, a lot of good people raced on this course, and to set a new course record there, running my first sub 250 marathon, set a new bike record. Yeah, of course it was great, and it's also important to know what you're capable of. I'm not the guy who's like over self-confident and come here and say like, yeah, I'm the greatest, of course I'm gonna win. It's more the other way around. And
so you doubt yourself a little bit?
Of course. I mean, I think more professional athletes are on the side that they have doubts, and I think it's not a bad thing. It just don't have to. You just don't have to let the doubts grow too much. And a race like Frankfurt definitely helped not to let the doubts grow too much.
So when you have a race like that, did you sense beforehand that you were about to have a great day, or did you know that ahead of time, or not really?
It's difficult. It's very difficult, because often I do so, and but I don't wanna, you know, get overexcited, because then in the race something bad happens, or it's not playing like you expected it, and then you think like, oh, I'm not that good like I thought I am, and then you fall apart, you know, and that's not a good thing to happen. So I just try not to get overexcited, and if I feel good, I just try to, you know, keep it balanced.
So you mentioned some of your picks for who are going to do well here, and that day you had Frederik van Lierde, and he was second, and then Jan Frodeno got third. I'm assuming those two are in your potentially guys who can win this race.
Yeah, of course.
Because Frederik's defending champion. Yeah.
Frederik already showed that he can win this race, and for me also, it does not seem like that he is, you know, sort of satisfied or something.
Right.
I think he would like to add another one.
Yeah.
He wasn't taking holidays for 1 year, I guess. At least he's not looking like that. And yeah, of course, Jan, I mean, he had 3 flats in Frankfurt. And that already showed that he's prepared for something like this, where everything could happen, and sometimes not everything is going your way. And damn, he is a fast swimmer, fast biker, and fast runner. That's what
gold medal.
What you need here. So yeah.
So, do you feel you're better prepared for the race this year than you were in 2012 and 2013?
2013 for sure, because 2013 I was. Yeah, I don't want to say I was bad prepared, because otherwise you're not gonna make a third place here. But I had a lot of problems in the weeks leading up to the race. I had problems with illness early in the season, then problems with my Achilles later, and then with my knee, and you know, pretty much everything. But sometimes it's not a bad thing to be a little bit more, you know, to be 105% mentally ready and only 95% ready from your body. But yeah, I think this year is gonna be probably better than last year for my preparation. But I mean, you know, that doesn't mean anything, because everybody is a little bit better than last year.
Exactly. So you've been here for basically since Mont Tremblant. You came right over. Being here, have you ever spent that much time here before?
Yeah, in the last 2 years I did the exact same thing, just from directly from Vegas here. For me, it seems to be the best thing, because it I don't have to travel that much. I don't have to fly back to Europe, then to a training camp, then back to Europe, then here. So not a lot of time shifts. And I mean, you could adapt to training, and the best Kona conditions you'll find in Kona. It's very easy. And I don't have the feeling that it wears me down. And I mean, it's very calm, like 5 weeks prior to the race. It's not, you know, not much happening here. And yeah, so beside the running, which is not the greatest place on earth for training running.
There's not many trails here.
No, not that much. But I mean, for 5 weeks it's great. And yeah, so I had a little bit of conversation with all the island gods and Pelé, and so
make a little deal with them. Say, listen.
Yeah, that they could get used to me, you know, that I'm a nice guest on their island, and
and you'd be a good champion and would represent.
Yeah.
What would it mean to you to win this race?
It's a big question. If I say everything, then it's difficult, because there are also other things in life, you know.
Sure.
But you know, I think pretty much maybe 90% of my life is the sport, you know.
Right.
It's not like a normal job where you go home and just like switch it off, you know. It's 24/7. Everything you do is influencing your performance. So I mean, everybody knows what it means here to win, and it's a lot. Yeah.
Well, and again, we talked about the legacy of German athletes. To be part of that list with Norman Stadler and a Thomas Hellriegel as champions here would be pretty special.
Absolutely, yeah.
Love it. Sebastian, thanks so much, man, for taking time.
Thanks for having me, Bob.
Always a pleasure. And so when you win on Saturday, you have to come join us on Sunday morning.
I think so.
I love it.
I hope I could speak again then.
Sebastian Kienle has been our guest. Again, this is Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. We're presented by Active, #inspired to race. And we're sponsored by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, and of course, taking us out, the one, the only, Poncho Man.
There's a ukulele in my pancakes, excuse me, Bob. But there's a ukulele in my pancake, I do declare. It's Breakfast with Bob.
Poncho Man!
Yeehaw! Hello, everybody. Small connection and breakfast with Bob. Small connection and breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome back to Breakfast from Kona. We are presented by Active, hashtag inspired to race. And we're sponsored by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. And speaking of Rudy Project has a 40% off any Rudy Project products over at Rudy Project Village. And one of their athletes who just came from Rudy Project Village, Mr. Pete Jacobs, the 2012 Ironman World Champion. Pete, how the heck are you?
Very well, thank you, Bob. Nice and relaxed, you know. It's the only way to be here.
You are a relaxed guy. Anything bother you? Nothing bothers you.
You know, little things that weigh on my mind every now and then, you know, that bother me. But, you know, I've cleared them out and, you know, just here and focused on the race and feeling good.
Well, this is a place that you've had so much success at, right? You've been second, you've been ninth, you've won, you've run 241, you've run 242, had some of the fastest marathons ever. This last year, I mean, since you won in 2012, it's been sort of a rough go. You've had physical things. Coming back to a place like this where you've had so much success, that must be a positive for you.
Yeah, definitely. You know, horses for courses, they say. And, yeah, of all my races here out of the last 5 years, I've only had one bad race, which was last year.
Yeah.
And, you know, so for me, it's kind of I'm in my comfort zone here. You know, I know what I can do and prepared to hurt myself. And I don't know it's going to hurt. And, you know, but I always look forward to it. You know, I love that feeling on the start line here. It's just so unique. And, you know, I'm really accustomed to it and love it.
It was interesting. I was talking to Simon Whitfield the other day, and it was a previous interview, and he mentioned that it's hard sometimes. You get to a certain point where you've done a sport for so long, it's hard to go. You know what you need to do to really go all out. You need to go to a space that you don't necessarily want to go. Yeah. Right. You've done how many Ironman now? 20.
About 30 now.
30
probably,
now.
Yeah.
30 Ironman distance races. So do you get to a point where you know what it's going to feel like and you don't want to go there? Or is it still something you embrace?
I still embrace it, definitely. But I did want this year to be full of more positive Ironman results and positive, you know, races.
Right.
You know, as opposed to what ended up happening, having a couple of really tough, you know, 10-hour plus, you know, finishes.
Yeah.
And that just hurt my legs so much. And, you know, I really wanted to avoid that, but just couldn't. So, yeah, definitely when you know what you've got to put yourself through, you know, it makes it a little bit daunting. But at the same time, I'm like, well, I'd rather go, you know, 8 and a bit hours than, you know, 10 and a bit hours. So get it over with quicker. So that's kind of my motivation. Yeah, I still want to go to that point of pain. And, you know, I've been saving up all year to push myself to that point of pain.
Right.
Where you've got the pain, but you've also got the joy and excitement of having a good result as well.
Is there a point where you can be doing too many long races? Was there a point in your career where maybe you did too many long races in a year?
You know, looking back when I was younger and even this year, you know, I still make mistakes. You know, it's still very difficult to, you know, keep a clear head of what to do in that moment, you know, and I guess, you know, I keep making mistakes that I was making a long time ago, but, you know, at the same time, you know, I don't regret those mistakes because I keep learning from them and it's all experience. But yeah, in terms of how many long races I've done, yeah, I think, you know, there gets to a point where the amount of training and the amount of racing is not healthy anymore.
Right.
And, yeah, you know, you definitely feel that it's adding grey hairs and all of that.
I don't see any of that.
Oh, no, there's plenty there. every race there's a few more.
Yeah.
And, yeah, so, you know, but it's the career that I've chosen, so I don't worry about that kind of stuff so much.
When you look at the field here between Sebastian Kienle, who just ran into over here, and obviously your defending champion, Frederik van Lierde, and Jan Frodeno coming over, so do you consider the other guys during the middle of the race, or do you really think about you?
Yeah, on the bike, you've definitely got to consider them because you want to stay near them.
Right.
You know, definitely want to be in the front group off the bike, and you know, so I'm going to do everything I can to be there. And,
yeah.
you can't ride your own race here, and you'll get left behind. You know, with a guy like Jan here that can potentially run, you know, much quicker than I've run here.
Right.
So, you know, that's the kind of guy that I go, right, I want to mark him all day and just, you know, follow him through, and I want to hurt myself staying with him, and at all costs, you know, just try and follow the lead guys.
So how do you see this playing out? There's a lot of 51-minute swimmer guys here, and you know, someone like a Jan, and obviously Andy Potts there as well. There could be a pretty big group early on.
There could be a breakaway group in the swim.
Yeah.
You know, I've gone with Andy on his feet for, you know, several hundred meters before, and then dropped off because I couldn't sustain the pace. But you know, if there's another 3 or 4 guys there, like Jan,
yep.
You know, even you know, maybe Harry Wiltshire if he decided to have a go. You know, Dan Holtzworth, I just rode with him this morning. You know, guys that are potentially really good swimmers that maybe make that Andy Potts group that little bit bigger, and maybe if we drop off Andy, but we could still have another second breakaway group from the main group.
Right.
You know, and it would really make the first section through town a lot easier. It would really make the first 20K of the Queen K that much gentler, you know, where you're not, you know, kind of getting overtaken constantly and end up back in 20th place, and then you have to try and pass 20 people in one go. You know, that gets pretty taxing mentally to try and stay alert in such a big group. So it'd be much nicer to have a smaller group and stay away. So that would be the dream case scenario. But yeah, otherwise I'm just going to have to be on my toes and watch for that little breakaway later on in the race.
Yeah, I know in 11, Crowe got away, and you were sort of not in the right place at that time, and you learned from that.
Yeah.
And you found out that maybe it's better if I'm at the front. I don't have to worry about if I put my head down and go and end up in a draft zone because I'm leading, right? Or I'm the lead of this group, and I can just focus on me. Is that what you would prefer?
Yeah, that worked really well in 2012, and you know, I managed, but I had to be really careful when I overtook people in the group. You know, a few people here, a few people there, so you didn't get caught out wide blocking when you hit a downhill and suddenly everyone's doing max speed. You just can't get around them, and that's when I got done in 2010.
Yeah,
and finished 9th, blocking penalty. So that's really tough stuff to try and avoid. So, you know, avoid that at all costs, and you've got to be really on your game. You've got to be patient, but you've got to be really tactical. So those are the things where, yeah, I want to stay up the front, and you've got to keep an eye out behind you too, because suddenly 6 guys can all just go past you on one hill and, you know, completely change the whole aspect of it all. So yeah, it's really tactical.
So this is probably going to be Craig Alexander's last time here. I'm assuming 41 years old.
The last time again.
Yeah, the last time revisited. Looking back at, you know, the Australia, from Greg Welch to Craig Alexander to Chris McCormick, there's been such a great legacy in terms of Aussie male and female triathletes. What did Crowe bring to the table for you, just as sort of a role model?
You know, I saw. When I was really young, I remember Crowe, you know, we didn't speak that much, but we saw each other at races, and, you know, every little bit of, sometimes he'd just be like, oh, well, you know, might be racing a bit too much there, Pete, and things like that. It was like, kind of what?
Maybe 7 Ironmans isn't that good this year, Pete.
It's really tough, though, to, you know, understand the big picture when you're young. And, you know, I do feel that I'm getting older now, and but, you know, like I said, I've still got a while to go. You know, still making a few mistakes, still got a lot to learn, and still figuring out the big picture of my role in this sport, kind of thing, I guess.
Right.
So, and what I want out of it, and you know, so yeah, it's a long journey, and yeah, I'm still finding my feet, I guess.
Being the world champion, obviously you, as somebody who's been in the sport for so long, becoming the world champion, that's your dream, become the Ironman World Champion. And then there's a lot of responsibility that goes along with that, right? You've got sponsor obligations, and everybody wants you and is pulling at you. Was that tough?
Yeah, I definitely got a little caught up in that, and you know, but you can only see your mistakes in hindsight there.
Yeah.
So this week particularly, I can see that last year, you know, probably just every now and then there was 1 or 2, you know, extra appointments that suddenly my week got a little bit too busy, you know, rushing between things, not letting my food digest before I then go for a run, and just things like that, where you just think you can plan it all out, But then at the end of the day, you don't have time to eat, lay on the couch, you know, do the things that really are important this week. And so this week, a few less commitments, yeah, a little bit better idea of, you know, how I should feel here.
Right.
You know, not feel so much pressure to go out and do a certain session if I'm feeling a little bit tired. And, you know, I guess I'm keeping my sessions pretty short and easy here. And, you know, I guess the pressure, the confidence that I had last year was a bit too much. And so I was kind of probably going through my training, you know, just that little bit too hard. You know, I guess that little bit like, oh, I'm feeling really good, I'm riding well, so I should be doing this sort of a session. You know, so that sort of things just got carried away a little bit with myself as well, I guess. So, you know, a much more relaxed, you know, view here this year.
Winning it once is awesome, obviously. Winning it a second time, Mac has won it twice, and Croy's won it 3 times, and Rennie's won it twice. And, repeating is tough, and getting that second win is tough.
Yeah.
What would it mean to you to get the second win?
It would mean a hell of a lot, you know, and, you know, I think anyone that's won it once is, you know, don't want to discredit them, but, you know, I do think winning it twice, you know, really, you know, makes that claim, you know, this was not luck, this was not like an easy year, or
nobody was there.
Nobody was there. You know,
there was no wind. Yeah. It was 70 degrees.
Yeah, the other guy's flattered, you know, stuff like that.
Everyone was sick.
Yeah, so to win it twice really, you know, does say something, I think. And yeah, when I was in Roth and on the dance floor with Rennie and just sort of just said that to her, and I was like, you know, winning it twice, you know, I really want to do that like you've done, and I really think that would, you know, really is another big level. But I mean, you've got to say that, because otherwise, what else are you here for?
Well, that's what I mean.
You know, you've won it once. What do you just you either retire and go away, or you set yourself a much harder, higher goal. So, you know, and you know, without discrediting anyone that has only won it once, it is, for me, it's that next goal for me, and you know, it would mean a lot.
So when you're winning it once and you want to win again, on race day, when you're out there on Saturday and you're looking around, you're where you want to be and you're off the bike, do you still have the 241, 242 type of speed? Is that still there?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I haven't done a lot of running lately. I've actually been riding more hours and running less than I have in the past. But still at the 70.3 Sunny Coast a month ago, I still ran well there, like a 1:14. I was really just jogging. You know, the other guys ahead of me, the 2 other guys were duking it out, 1 and 2 up the front, sprint finish. And I really just jogged it in, and I was really pleased with the time that I ran and how I felt during the run. And, you know, I think that, you know, the way that my training's been going, it's been different to every other year once again. I think I can get off, if I get off the bike fresh, which the extra hours of training should allow me to do, you know, and that's what a lot of people say. It's about getting off the bike fresh. And, you know, so I guess I've been saving up my run legs for the race as opposed to, you know, putting it down in training.
Sometimes it's nice to be a little bit under the radar, you know, and after, you know, not having a great race last year, I'm guessing that this year you are a little under radar. It's funny how people forget. It hasn't been that long. No. I was just talking to Sebastian. So Pete won this year before last. It's not like 10 years ago. But people go, oh well, you know, he's
exactly.
I mean, if you sense some of that people are like, oh well, Pete, he had his win, and
I haven't really looked at all the forums or the websites, you know, the media websites and their picks. I've seen them with their links to who our picks are, and you know, I haven't bothered going to look at them, and you know, because I don't really care, because they do. I know they forget quick, and you know, I know that, you know, this is my course, and I do well here. I've had 1 bad year out of 4 or 5, and you know, so I'm just looking forward to getting off the bike, and then, you know, and then just hurting myself and hurting the other guys, and, you know, we all burying ourselves and crumbling and walking home, and, you know, it really would be just awesome if there was a good group and I was in it off the bike. You know, I'd be really happy. And so obviously you're feeling good about your cycling. Yeah, I think the extra hours have really, you know, played into my endurance. You know, I've done more hours in training because you can obviously do more hours on the bike than you can of running. And so more hours in training per week, I think, you know, my endurance is really up there. And you know, and I'm just starting to freshen up these last couple of days. Feels good out there on the bike, and you know, I think I'm just going into it as I've always known. I perform best when I'm fresh. So you know, the last few weeks training's been really light, and you know, I'm just going in kind of, I guess, back where what I was doing a few years ago. Having somebody like a Jan Frodeno off the bike with you, someone who you have confidence in is going to run a good pace. Yeah, I'm imagining that's a pretty nice scenario. Yeah, that'd be fantastic to duke it out with him would be awesome, you know, because he's not going to, he doesn't have a slow run. No. I think he's either running really fast or he's walking. He's walking or he's stopped at the aid station like he did in Frankfurt. You know, he stopped at the aid stations, you know, stretched out his cramps. Yeah. And then he kept running in between and he ran like a 2:43. You know, without probably even trying too hard. So yeah, he's got one speed and that's quick. And, you know, done a little bit of training early in the year when he was in Noosa. Yeah. And, you know, we're good mates. And, you know, so I really respect how professional he is. He ticks every box. He's trained so hard since pretty much this time last year. He's had a really long, consistent build-up for this race. And the amount of, and that's, you know, something I'd love to get. I wanted to get this year. Next year, I'm just going to work so hard at planning and about not overdoing it, just so I can be consistent for the whole year, you know, and I know he's done that. So, you know, that's, you know, he's probably the most consistent guy here on the start line. Right. And you know, knowing that. And from January last year, winning 70.3. And one of the few guys in the field who can run sub 240 here. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. But, you know, then there's a bunch of other guys as well that can really hurt themselves, have hurt themselves here before. And it's their main goal as well, you know. So, you know, hopefully my endurance does shine through towards the end. And I like I say, I like the heat here, and hopefully it all works out all right. Hot and windy, the better. The hotter and the windier, the better. Yeah, yeah. I think it was pretty windy the year I won, and but I don't remember it. I don't remember any of the conditions any year of any race ever. They're like, oh, remember that year that, you know, back in Foster, you know, this. You're like, no idea. Like, really? Was it? Did it rain? Like, I don't even remember. Really? I just you're just focused. Yeah, or I've done so many, they've all blended into one. I think it's just a big mashed up mess of pain. I love it. I love it. Pete Jacobs has been our guest. Pete, thank you, man. Always an honor to have you join us. Thanks very much, Bob. Yeah, my pleasure to be here. All right. This is Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. We're presented by Active, hashtag Inspire to Win, and brought to you by Timex, Rudy Project, which my main man Pete is wearing, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, Poncho Man. Take us out, baby. Small kind action at Breakfast with Bob. Talking about small kind action at Breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob. Poncho Man, you're the legend. Hello, everybody. Oh.
Can you see me now in paradise? Can you see me now? Breakfast with Bob, breakfast with Bob.
Welcome back to Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, #inspired to race. My name is Bob Babbitt. Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbitttville Radio. Our next guest, Melissa Hauschildt, who is two-time Ironman 70.3 world champion. More importantly, a former steeplechaser and a top steeplechaser. How does somebody go from 9-minute race to a 9-hour race?
No idea. No, I got a lot of injuries towards the end of my running career.
Yeah.
And that's why I hopped on a bike to cross-train, really. I didn't expect to be a triathlete. But,
and just liked it.
Yeah, I just fell in love with the bike. So, you know, that was the way that I could put it all together. And I'd never swum before, so that's the reason why I went for the long course straight away.
So when you talk about, and we're not talking about somebody who just sort of dabbled in steeplechase. We're talking, silver at the Commonwealth Games in 2006. 2010, won the 3,000 steeple Aussie champs. There was a Commonwealth Games trials. Goodwill Games gold medal. I mean, that's a real deal. Talk a little bit about steeple, because I'm fascinated by steeplechase. I think it's one of those events that people go out to the track and hang out by the pit to watch the carnage, right?
That's exactly why they do it.
So what got you into that?
That's the most interesting bit, the crashes. No, I've done all running. So I started out running 800 metres when I was young, and then doing the 1,500 metres and cross country. But when the steeplechase finally came in for girls, I just couldn't wait to give it a go.
Yes, they didn't allow steep women to steeple.
Yeah, only the guys could do it, and I was racing with the guys at school because it was so much fun.
Yeah.
And then when I was 15, it came in for girls. So I was the first one on the line and ready to give it a go. And then I broke the world junior record, which wasn't very hard because not that many countries were doing it. But I really excelled in that and really enjoyed it.
So what have you seen in the pit in terms of carnage, in terms of, because that's where everything happens. Seems like the first lap, everybody's like, oh, this feels great. And I remember Tom Hunt's a steeplechaser, and he told me, Bob, the thing with steeple is 1 minute you're feeling great, and usually in events you sort of fade. In steeple, all of a sudden there's a piano on your back. You know, like 1 second you're fine, next minute you're done. Well, what did you see in terms of the carnage in the pit? People going down.
The problem with steeplechase is you tap it with your foot and it doesn't fall over. It's a massive, big wooden barrier.
Yeah.
So I've had a few crashes myself. In the pit, the tartan of the track only goes halfway down, and then it's concrete.
Right.
So I was lapping a girl one time, and I jumped right in the deep end onto the concrete, and it's just slippery. You just slip straight under, and it's
because you're wearing spikes.
Yeah. And it's deep, and so I just went right under, and I had to crawl out of there, and I just kept slipping. And I was on the front page of the paper the next day, every paper around, and I had questions, people asking me, are you a surf lifesaver? Are you a swimmer? Like, they didn't know what event I even did because I was crawling out of water.
So they basically thought you were going to drown in this mud, in this pit.
Yeah, they didn't think I was doing a running race.
That's funny. Now, do you remember your transition from track to triathlon? What was your first triathlon?
I did an Olympic distance one weekend before my first half Ironman.
Yes.
So that was just to get a feel for it, put it all together.
Before your first half Ironman, you decided you better do a triathlon.
I better put it together. Yeah, I hadn't done that before.
So you jumped in and just did a little. And how'd you do in that race, Olympic distance?
I won the Olympic distance.
And it was your first triathlon.
Yeah.
I really admire people who have problems adapting to new things. So right away you win that thing, and how'd you do in the 70.3?
I won that as well.
You won that as well. So your first two races as a triathlete, you won.
Yeah.
And then did you go pro after that? Or did you go pro even before you got into the sport?
I was really lucky. I was able to go pro before I started the sport.
So you knew just from your training that you were going to be good at it, or you had a sense you'd be good at it?
I knew I could ride and run. I didn't know how I'd go with the swim.
Right.
But yeah, I just asked if I could get my pro license, and so that I could. Really, I needed some money at the start to stay in the sport. I was on a borrowed bike, a borrowed wetsuit. Scody, one of my biggest sponsors, were nice enough to give me a kit so that I kind of looked the part during the race. I had nothing, so there's no money in age group. So I said, can I get a pro license, because I need to win this race.
Were there some pros in the race that you beat?
Yeah.
Did they have any clue who you were?
Oh, nobody had any idea. I was on a road bike, so I'm sure they weren't looking out for me.
So when you went off the front on the road bike, you must have, I'm assuming you were behind a little bit in the swim.
I think I came out about 5 minutes behind.
And you rode by everybody?
Yeah, they probably thought I was just some age group
Some
that they were
roadie.
riding past.
Yeah, they probably didn't think you could run.
No.
And here you are with a 4:31 mile and a 15:55 5,000 under your belt.
Yeah. It was. I still got off the bike, I think, still 3 minutes behind. So,
Yes.
yeah.
You had to run through people.
Yeah, I had to run through the whole field.
Now, after that, did more people show a little interest in sponsoring you?
Yeah, well, my manager at the time actually had a bet on with a bike sponsor, and because I was on a borrowed bike,
Right.
I'd actually snapped my bike 2 weeks before the race. So somebody lent me a bike, and he put a bet on with a sponsor saying, if she wins this, will you give her a bike? I'd never done a triathlon before.
The guy thought it was a pretty safe bet.
Of course they said yes. So, yeah.
And she won.
Yeah.
Love that. And so at that point, in what year are we talking?
2010.
So that's just a few years ago.
Yeah.
And you won your first. But at the time you're still doing steeple because 2011 you won the Goodwill Games. So you're still doing both?
No, 2001.
Oh,
Goodwill
I'm sorry,
Games.
2001. I were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. But so 2001. So when you win those races, and then what was the process to becoming Ironman 70.3 World Champion from there?
Actually, after my first half Ironman, I went back to my husband and I said, I don't want to do this. I'm never doing that again. I said, maybe I can still make it as a runner.
So you thought it was too hard? Or just too much time?
Just too long. Just mentally, it was hard.
You were bored.
Like you said, it's 9 minutes to do a steeplechase.
Yes.
And this was 4.5 hours. And I just thought, I don't want to do that.
And what'd he say?
Oh, we kind of just let it go for a bit. And
Yeah.
I was actually trying to make the Commonwealth Games that year. And we thought, maybe I can still make it as a runner. But then I kept riding my bike and really enjoyed that. And somehow I ended up in Phuket in December doing another half Ironman.
And winning?
No, I came second to Caroline that year.
Ah, okay. But now you're coming second to one of the best gals in the world.
Yes.
So you know that you're going to do well.
Yeah, I was still standing on that start line going, I can't believe I'm doing this again.
So this year you were 5th at High V, right? And so when I always look at people forget that this race, Ironman, is all about, it's not just the endurance side, you have to have speed. And the fact that you ran like a 35 at High V off the bike had to be giving you a lot of confidence that you were going to be ready for Mount Tremblant and for this race. And this would be your first time racing here, correct?
Yeah. I in High V I had a really bad swim, so I was way out of the race right from the start. But I was actually really happy with my bike and my run.
Yeah.
Both felt really good, really comfortable, and like you say, it was so much shorter than I had to do at Mont Tremblant and here. So it did give me a lot of confidence.
Because I'm sure you didn't taper for that race. You just probably raced through it.
Yeah, no, I didn't taper too much, but I did kind of have a couple of days easy and stuff.
Yeah.
But Mont Tremblant was the main one, so yeah.
And at Mount Tremblant, you get a massage like a few days before the race?
Yeah, Wednesday night before the race.
What happened?
Not exactly sure. It was, everything was going perfect.
Yeah.
I'd just done my last hard bike session. I kind of thought, there's nothing that can stop me now.
Exactly.
Everything's done. I don't have to do anything until the race. And I don't usually get a massage that close to the race, but I just thought if I can just loosen up my upper body a bit, I'll swim better. Nothing deep, nothing to fatigue me. And he was just pushing really hard on my pec or on the sternum and then just slipped down into the rib and just heard this massive pop and excruciating pain. And I tried to stay positive as you do and kind of just told him that it hurt and okay, that's all right though, just leave me alone now.
Yeah.
But that night I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep for about 3 weeks after it. But it's the World Champs. You've got to give it a go. And my whole year was targeted at that race.
That race and this race.
Yeah. I knew it was going to be a long shot getting through, but before the race, you just try and stay so positive. And I just thought if I can get through the swim, I'll be able to do it.
Right.
And the swim was absolutely excruciating. And at times I thought I was going to pass out. I was in that much pain. But then when I came out of the swim and I was 2.5 minutes behind, I thought, that's it. The pain's gone now, I'll be fine. But I got to the bike and couldn't breathe, and yeah, it just got worse and worse.
Oh. And so at that point you knew, I mean, after that, did you feel like, well, we'll see how it goes, and I'll still try to go to Kona and do Ironman? And it just didn't get better.
Yeah, well, the immediate thought was, obviously, you're really upset and everything's negative, and
sure.
Oh, Kona's gone now as well, and, you know, my whole year's stuffed up. But, no, once I finally got over that, I thought, you know, Kona's 5 weeks away. Everybody says, you know, don't train too hard going into it. So I just thought, you know, I'll be fresh, I'll be ready. I've done the work, and yeah, so I just left it until just 2 days ago. I pulled out because I still can't swim.
Right.
So,
how hard was that?
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I've been saying, you know, if I had overtrained or did it myself, injured myself, it would have been maybe a little bit easier to take. But you know, when you've done everything right, and yeah.
So the nice thing from my perspective is now I can get some of your insight into the rest of the women in the field. So what are your thoughts? Who from you race against these women all the time in terms of Marinda Carfrae and Rachel Joyce and Caroline Steffen. What are your thoughts on how this race might play out?
I don't actually look too much into my competition.
Yeah, your husband usually tells you who they are, right?
Yeah,
who's going well.
Usually the day before the race, I kind of say, what do I have to do? Who's going to be up there, and who's going to be chasing me down? And
right.
But no, I really hope Rachel and Caroline can do well. I think they both have worked really hard. They both really deserve it, and I'd love to see both of them win.
Right.
But yeah, I think depending on the conditions, I think if it's perfect conditions, the girls are really going to have to work together on the bike to pull away from Rinny.
Right.
You know, she can run a good 10 minutes faster than anyone out there. So they're going to have to really, work hard together. But I think if they do that, I've got Rachel for my pick as the win.
So early in this year, were you thinking you were going to do a full Ironman this year, or was this going to be more of a 70.3 year?
It was actually going to be a 70.3 year. I had a bit of a niggle at the start of the year going into Abu Dhabi, which was in March, and so after Abu Dhabi, I got through that. I got the win only just, so I was really excited. And I thought, I'm going to have a break now. And I had 2 weeks off, and then just started a bit of jogging, trying to get the injury right. And we were meant to actually head to Europe. And I've just moved to Noosa, so it's beautiful. It's just like this here.
Right.
And I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to go to Europe. So Jared, my husband, actually said, well, why don't we just validate for Kona?
What the heck?
There's an Ironman just down the road. So,
Port Macquarie.
Yeah. So, you know, originally I thought, I can't do that. I haven't even been training. But then I thought, you know, go to Europe now, or I get to stay home and just do this little Ironman. So that's how it happened.
And that was your first Ironman?
Yeah.
And that was Port Macquarie.
Yeah.
And so how'd you end up doing?
I won it.
So you're 7 minutes down off the bike, 50:46, 5:19, 3:13, 9:28, 43. And knowing you, I'm assuming you look at that and go 3:13. I can go a little faster than that.
Yeah, well, I'd had 2.5 weeks training for it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I was actually hoping to have a really good swim, really good bike, and just get through the run.
Right.
But somebody flicked a switch down there, and it was really, really cold, and I don't do well in cold. And halfway through the bike, I had nothing. I seized up. I couldn't ride. So when I got off 7 minutes behind, I thought, oh, this is going to be a hard run. But I jogged out of there, and I was catching. Lisa Marangon was in front. I was slowly catching her. So I thought, just keep going. And 5 toilet stops later, I'm crossing the finish line first. So.
And winning an Ironman. How cool is that, winning an Ironman? So you set 2 world records. You actually have set records you have 13 course records, 2 world championships. So you're somebody who likes, you know, not just winning, but going really, really fast. Winning your first Ironman had to be pretty special, especially because you weren't really ready for it, right? And you spent more time in the bathroom than on the course.
Yeah, it was, again, mentally so tough. It just keeps going and going. And there was a few times I was walking through aid stations, and the age groupers are yelling at me, keep going, you're doing really well. And I just felt like saying to them, concentrate on your own race. Just
Yeah.
let me walk.
Leave me alone.
I want
I
to
just wanna
walk.
Yeah, I want to go back to a 9-minute race. What the heck?
Yeah.
God. So you said on your website that waking up on race morning is like waking up on Christmas. That you really like racing, and you get to wake up on Christmas morning 14 times a year. So you must really like to race.
Yeah, I think that's the best bit about it. You know, the training, yeah, that's okay, but racing is where you get to put it all together, I guess. You get to show what all that hard training has done. And I guess that's why I race so often, and maybe why I like 70.3 more often, that you can race more often. It's, Well,
it's interesting. I remember interviewing Tim DeBoom, 2-time champion here, and asking him, in terms of pre-race jitters, and he goes, I can get myself sick now thinking about what I'm going to feel like the morning of Ironman. Just the not just anticipation, but just sort of knowing how tough it's going to be. It seems like you embrace that knowing that you get to test yourself that day. Some people are like, oh my God, I got to test myself. Some people are like, I get to test myself today.
I think when you've had a really good training block, I still get nervous. Definitely still get nervous, but you actually enjoy that excitement. Like, it's
Christmas.
It's a great feeling. And when you've done all the work, you've done all the hard work, you know that the only thing that can really stop you is yourself.
Exactly.
It's just exciting.
So what do you, this weekend you'll be here, and that's going to be tough for you to watch this race, I'm assuming. So you have to wait to see how long it takes for this thing to heal before jumping in another race. But you've done all the training, so I'm gathering you're probably looking for something to do as soon as possible, as soon as this thing heals.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky now that I can ride and run. So the only thing I can't do is swim, and look at my swim. It's not that great anyway, so I can't really lose it. As soon as it heals, I can't wait to get back into a race. If it miraculously heals, in a week or so, I'll race at the end of this month.
Oh, cool.
But otherwise, I've got 2 races in December lined up.
Love it. Melissa, thanks for taking time. I really appreciate it. I know it's disappointing not being able to race, and I mean, just seeing what you've done this year and what's seen the past couple of years, I was really excited to see you out there, because I had a feeling that one day you could be coming down to let you drive first here.
Next year, hopefully.
All right. Melissa Hauschildt has been our guest. Again, this is Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. We're presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. We're sponsored by Timex, and Timex is giving watches to every one of our guests today. Rudy Project has sales going on at Rudy Village here in town. GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Racing. And of course, our man, Poncho Man. Take us out, baby.
Can you see me now? Paradise, can you see me now? It's breakfast with Bob, breakfast with Bob.
Woo! And Poncho Man. Hey. Thanks.
Guava, guava jelly. Guava, guava jelly. Guava, guava jelly. Guava, guava jelly. And breakfast with Bob.
Poncho Man, bringing it like only he can. My name is Bob. We are at breakfast from Kona, and we are presented each and every interview by Active, which inspired to race, hashtag inspired to race. Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Our next guest, who did his first Ironman here in 2008, actually his first Ironman ever, Mr. Ricky James. Ricky, how the heck are you?
I'm great. I can't complain. Look at this,
You're in freaking Hawaii.
Yeah, I love being back here.
So, growing up, motocross. Your world was motocross, correct?
Yeah, I independent studied myself and just focused 100% on racing motocross, and wanted to turn pro when at the age of 16, and kind of got cut a little bit short. About 6 months before I wanted to go pro, I ended up getting hurt and breaking my back.
So you broke your back, and it wasn't in training like David Bailey was in a race.
Yeah, I was racing. I happened to be in Texas at the time at one of the biggest amateur nationals there were, and racing guys. The race before me, I got fourth, and Ryan Villapoto and Ryan Dungey were second and third right in front of me. So I was racing with guys that are dominating the sport right now.
Right. And so when you're paralyzed, I know David Bailey, who had been actually working with you a little bit on motocross, correct?
Yeah, he just came up to me one day at the track and just kind of liked my name more than anything. He thought it was a cool name. He thought it was a cool name, but he saw me ride and saw some potential in me, and came up to me at the track one day and said he wanted to work with me. I think I was about 13.
Yeah.
And I thought I was like a god, a mythological creature telling me they wanted to work with me. I looked up to him so much, and
so you knew his career.
Yeah, I totally. Motocross was my life. I knew
all of it,
almost everything about it. Rick Johnson and David Bailey, and then of course the McGrath and Carmichael eras. But yeah, I knew who he was and knew how cool he was and how much he was respected in the motocross community, just because how much knowledge he had outside of racing even too.
So after you were injured, I mean, ironically, this guy who's coaching you as an able-bodied guy, able-bodied racer, now he becomes a mentor for you after you're paralyzed, because your parents reach out to David. Who else are they going to reach out to when you become paralyzed?
Yeah. It was kind of a coincidence. I was at the track, and like 3 weeks before I got hurt, and my mom was always kind of fearful of me racing, but I've been doing it since I was a little kid, so she knew the risk, but she asked me, what would you do if you got hurt like David? And this was 3 weeks before I got hurt, and I vividly remember telling her, he's a cool guy, and I just have to deal with it. Just because I looked up to him, and I didn't see the wheelchair in David, and even when I was 14, 15 years old, and just, that always was stuck in my head that it doesn't matter if you're really in a chair, and then I got hurt and just kind of had to live up to those words.
It was interesting because Bailey said, Bob, when I got injured, I disappeared. I went incognito. I was in my house. Ricky's going to Vegas, and he's figuring out how to get back on the motorcycle. It seems like you didn't really miss a beat. You adapted to the circumstances and tried to make the best of it. Yeah,
right away I wanted to see what was possible in the wheelchair. It was kind of fun right at first, I'm like, oh, how do you do this? How can we make this work? And invented a dirt bike to ride again, and that was fun because I had to figure out the shifting and how to sit on it and how to protect my legs. And there's a lot that went into it, and that was fun to me. And then, I raced a quad. I never rode quads before, but why not? So I raced that, and then
raced trucks.
Yeah, raced trucks and cars and all that, and then I got into Ironman because David, he won it in 2000, and I just wanted to continue that relationship with David, and so I just had a lot of goals right off the bat. And so I was 20 when I did this race. So it was like about three years after I got hurt, I started training for it.
And that's a different world. When you're doing motocross, it's a lot of motocross guys are some of the best endurance athletes in the world. People don't realize it because you're going for an hour and a half, high intensity. You're basically maneuvering a heavy piece of machinery through the air while you're trying to race the guy next to you.
Yeah, they're insanely fit athletes.
No
you know?
question.
And it is different type of strength training and endurance.
Yes.
It's a good combination, and that's why I love moto so much. It was, you know, NASCAR is almost 90% machine, 10% rider, and motocross is more maybe like a 70% rider, 30% bike kind of ratio. You know, so it's more has to do with you,
as the
but
athlete.
it's still motor racer or motor racing.
Right.
You know, but here it's damn close to
120% you.
Yeah, it's 95% you, 5% some equipment. So this is it's insane. And these pros that are out here, and every Ironman I've done is just, they don't blow away the fitness of motocross guys, but it's on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it's their life to be in shape. In motocross, it's not their life to be in shape, but
they
helps.
have to be in shape. They have to be in shape to do it. So starting the training and putting in the 5 and 6 hour hand cycle rides and all that type of stuff, how tough was that for you? Because again, you were 20 years old. Having the patience to do that type of stuff was probably the toughest thing. Yeah, I want to go to the beach. I want to go do this.
Yeah, and that's why it was fun to me, is because it wasn't what I liked. You know, I didn't like it, and so I wanted to kind of conquer that in myself. Was, you know, I'm 19. And, you know, into motocross and skydiving, and I can't be on this bike for so long just looking at a road with no really obstacles, and it just wore on me, and I just hated it, but I don't know why. I just
you decided, yeah.
Because it's hard for me, and that's what Ironman's about. It's all about being hard, and if that's what's hard for me, you know, then
so be it. That's what it is.
Get over it. Listen to music.
Yeah, exactly. So when you came over here to do the race for the first time, because really the NBC feature there really wasn't a commitment on that till just a few weeks beforehand.
Yeah.
And I remember that because it was like, Ricky, better keep training because this could happen. And then the commitment came, and I was like, okay, good news is you're in. The bad news is you're in. How tough was that coming over and doing that thing? Because that wasn't your first triathlon.
No, my first triathlon was here though. The half,
right? Yeah,
at Hanu, and I didn't make the bike cutoff.
Right.
But you know, it was the harder half of this bike course. But still, I had not the right bike, and I didn't even know what a triathlon was. Right. I never been to one, but I went and raced this half here, and you know, never had an open water swim, and it was horrible. But I ended up finishing it, just not in the regular cutoff times. Right. Went to Lubbock, Texas, and qualified, or I didn't qualify, but I made the cutoff times.
Right.
And that proved I could do a half. So then now what's next? To prove that you can do a full. And I had the amazing opportunity to come here and do it, but like I said, I had never been to an Ironman, and I just didn't appreciate it as much as I should have. I wasn't disrespectful, I just didn't understand how cool it was to be in this race. And yeah, there was a lot of pressure to not look bad, you know, for everyone that supported me, and so that was the driving force to do it, to finish it, and
to make the cutoff time, make that bike cutoff time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Once we made that, then
everything was gravy.
Yeah, we're good to go.
So you make the bike cutoff time, you finish the Ironman, and people usually do one of two things. They go, check, please. I've checked that off. I had that on my bucket list. I did the Ironman, and now I can go on with my life. And so after you did that Ironman, you went on and did other stuff for a while before coming back.
Yeah, I checked that one off, like you said, and then all right, done. Never do another triathlon or Ironman again. That's too hard. Not at my alley, or not at my alley. Go back to motor racing, and and I was still doing truck racing and stuff while I was doing Ironman, but solely focused on that because that's what my passion kind of was. And I went on that, but then kind of found out that wasn't working out too well. Just with myself, everything kind of came to a head from, like you said, David went through it right at the beginning of his injury.
You went later.
And yeah, after I did Ironman, after I started ticking off these goals I set, and
it's like at the end of the day, you're still in a share.
Yeah, and it didn't really get me any further necessarily, and I don't know, I just kind of ran out of goals too. And I was like, well, I don't really want to do anything else. I'm done, and just checked out on life, and just went on downhill spiral for a couple years, and wasn't stoked on myself, and I don't think anyone was. So pulled my head out of my ass and started doing Ironman again.
So really, the triathlon was really instrumental in getting you back to being Ricky James again.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I just remember how hard it was, but how great it was of a time in my life in 2008.
Yes.
I always had something every day. If I had nothing going on, I could go ride my bike. Or if, I had nothing going on, I could look forward to riding my bike tomorrow if I was resting. So in 2008, I just saw that I was always driven towards something. And without a goal, I just realized
you drifted.
Yeah, I just can't. I can't function without a goal.
You need to have something to look forward to, something to train for, something to push you.
Yeah, and athletics.
And nothing does it like this.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing does.
So you've got 7 wins. This will be your 10th Ironman.
Yeah. So once I came out of my hole for a while, 2.5 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
I've done 8 Ironmans, so it's been cool, and but the main goal was to get to here.
Right.
Just to my real goal is to complete an Ultraman, and I'm signed up for one next year.
Yeah.
But to get in the best shape possible was to qualify here and go for the win here in the hand cycle class, and that will just carry on to longer distance stuff. So
when you were going through the downtime, it was just not having a goal, not knowing what to do next, just sort of just drifting a little bit.
Yeah, and just the depression, just threw myself a little pity party, and and
who wouldn't blame you? Who would blame you? Young guy.
I don't want to come up with an excuse that it was my chair and all this, but it was, everything just came. It was just the dream that I had, and I worked really, really hard for it, and to be motocross professional, and that feels like why I was put on this earth was to do athletic stuff. I feel and that was cut short, and I don't know. It's just all, I don't know. I don't know I just lost myself.
But the sport of triathlon was really the impetus for you finding yourself. Now you're engaged. Yeah, you're doing your 10th Ironman. It seems like you're really good place.
It helps everything in your life. I treat it pretty serious, but now I'm engaged. I'm getting married next month. It got me back into school, which I'm not going anymore because I want to focus more on Ironman. but
at least the thought was there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll go take a class or two.
I enjoy it. I worked out my brain at school. I worked out my body on the road, and it got me just. It opened me up to a lot more things, and your brain works a lot better when you work your mind, your brain works better when you work your body out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for people out there who are watching, a lot of people think about the Ironman as, hey, it's this Uber event, and you have to be some really special character to do it, and it's not something I can do. But you found the benefit of being fit, having a goal. So what would you tell people who say, you know what, I'm really going through a tough time right now. I don't know what to do next.
It's you do Ironman. If you're going through a tough time, you go do this, and oh man, it's cool. Dolphins are out there.
I know.
So but it gives you, I don't know, the self-confidence kind of to do other things. You do a 60-mile bike ride, and you didn't think you could do 50, and you go out and do 60, and it's like, that was cool, and just kind of bump it up more and more, and it kind of builds your self-esteem, I think.
Have you found yourself doing more motivational speaking and more working with folks, newly injured guys who don't know what's out there for them?
Yeah, I've helped a couple guys get back into triathlon, and I want them to bug me about it. And,
exactly.
Because so it shows me they're motivated, and that's kind of what I did with David, and I still have. We didn't talk for a while.
Yeah.
But now we talk again and really close again. But he loves it because I didn't give up, and I stayed the course. So it shows him. He respects me more because of that. Just because he wasn't telling me to do stuff, I was still going after it and doing it. So I don't want to waste his time. If he's telling me to do something and I'm not doing it, or I'm just don't really care about it, then I feel like I'm wasting his time, and I don't want to do that. And I personally don't want anyone to waste my time. If they want help, I want them to do it well, So.
It's funny because I'd be talking to Dave and say, have you talked to Ricky? And he goes, no, I'm going to let Ricky call me. Because if he's serious about racing and training, he'll call me to go for a ride.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're doing that with everybody else now.
Exactly.
Learning from the master.
Hey, why not? He's one of the best person I could learn from.
Absolutely. Ricky James has been our guest again. This is a breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. We're sponsored by Active, #InspiredToRace. Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. And Mr. Poncho Man, take us out, baby.
Guava, guava jelly. Guava, guava jelly. Guava, guava jelly. Guava, guava jelly. And breakfast with Bob.
Thank you, Poncho Man.
Hello, guys. good morning. How you feeling? How you feeling? How you feeling? And I'm saying good morning. It's breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob.
Welcome back to Breakfast from Kona. That was the amazing Poncho Man. My name is Bob Babbitt. We're presented by Active, hashtag inspired to race, and sponsored by Timex, Rudy Project, the best sunglasses on the planet, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Our next guest, who has won 7? Was it 7? It's 6 Ironman titles, 3 Xterra World Championships, been in 2 Olympic Games, 1-time ITU World Champion, Mr. Eneko Llanos. Eneko, it's so nice to have you back with us.
Thank you. Very happy to be here again.
I think it's the first time here since you've become a dad.
Yeah, we're traveling with our son John, who is 8 months old now. So yeah, it's our first long family travel. And
how has it been being a dad?
It's been fantastic. Yeah, we are very happy. Yeah, I took the beginning of the season a bit easier because I wanted to spend time with my wife and my son, and it's been great. It's been fantastic. So we are tired, but obviously it's hard in the first weeks especially, but it's very
rewarding.
Yeah, it's very rewarding.
That's wonderful. So what's interesting is Dave Scott is working with you now, and Dave was always one of those guys who didn't do a lot during the season, but did a lot in October in winning this race. You've been one of those guys who raced a lot during the season, won a lot of races, and have finished second here, right? You've had 3 top 10s here in this race. So this year's a little different for you because you're coming in with less racing, correct?
Yeah, well, I raced a lot last year. I really don't think that was the problem with my performance here later in the year because coming to this race I was training very well. I was in my best shape of the year. But yeah, this year we took a different approach. I could do it because I had the points from the last year. So my qualification by the end of the year was already...
You were pretty much there.
Pretty much there. So I didn't have to race much. I did a couple of 70.3 races. I did Challenge Roth. That was the only Ironman distance race I did this year. So yeah, maybe this is... I'm a bit fresher than years before, but and I'm feeling very well, and my training has been well. So we'll see if that's an extra point for the race on Saturday.
So you've been here a lot of times. What is it about this race that's special?
It's the World Championships. It's Kona. It's Hawaii. It's where everybody is in their best shape. This is where the sport was born, and you feel it from when you come down the plane. You feel that this is a different event, a different place. All the age groupers are so motivated. Everybody's for everybody's a dream to being here. So you see that in the faces of the people, and you see the people training, and yeah, it's something that you have to experience to know that, to feel that why this place, this race is different. I don't know, it's the Ironman in Hawaii is different thing. It's a special thing and a nice thing for everybody racing here.
So you're one of the few people who has been in the Olympics in triathlon and also raced here in Kona. Talk a little bit about your Olympic experience, going over the first ever Olympics for triathlon in 2000, and then you were also in Sydney, and you're also in Athens, and representing your country. That had to be really special for someone, for the sport just getting into the games and to be there for the first Olympics.
Yeah, especially Sydney, I think for all the triathletes racing there was a very special moment. Since the moment we knew that triathlon was coming into the Olympic program, that was our main goal, to be there in Sydney and to make the Olympic team, the Spanish Olympic team. And Yeah, I remember walking down to the start to the pontoon, and it was the announcer saying my name. It was a very emotional moment to be part of the Olympic movement and to be right there for first time for a triathlon. Yeah, it was really, really emotional and special.
So when I look at your career, in 2003 you won the ITU Long Distance Worlds, the Olympic Distance Spanish Championship, and Xterra World Championship. That was a great year for you. When did you feel, I mean, after the Olympics and everything, when did you feel that you could be great at this sport? Because you're one of the, your career with the variety of things you've done, you now have a legendary career. When you start becoming 37 years old, people start looking at what you've done, right? I know you don't like that because you're not done.
No, I know.
You're not done. But you look at Xterra Worlds, you look at everything you've done. When did you start feeling like, gosh, I've had a really, really good career?
Well, I don't know. I just try to enjoy the sport and to enjoy racing. That's why I tried Xterra. That's why I tried Ironman, and for me it's about enjoying all the process and the racing and the training. So yeah, maybe I could focus more in one distance, but I don't know. It's what I felt. I felt while doing different things, and I done winter triathlon many times. So I like the variety, and I like to try different things, and it was well for me because I think that I had a long career, and I'm still wanting to train and race. So I think variety is important, and to have fun with what we do is the most important thing.
Now, so what I love is you're a guy who, your first 3 times at Ironman events didn't finish, right? 2005 didn't finish. Then you go out and take second in Ironman Western Australia. So when you come back after not finishing a race, did you think, well, maybe I should go back to short course, or did you say, well, I'll give it another try? I'll give it another try.
I really got to a point where I start thinking that maybe the Ironman is not for me. Then maybe I should change and go back to Olympic distance again. But yeah, for me, some people comes into their first Ironman races and they do well. But for me, it was like a learning process with the training, especially with nutrition on race day.
Yes.
And it took me a bit long to get that experience and to know how to train, how to eat during races. But finally, I think I did it well, and even if it took me long, I finally got there.
So that in 2005, 3 tries without a finish. Then you get second Ironman Australia, and then 2006. I love the fact, again, you had 2 events that didn't do well at DNF, but then you took 3rd behind your brother at Ironman Austria. So did you guys train a lot together, Hector?
Well, Hector was he started doing triathlon 2 years before me. So if it wasn't for him, I wasn't going to be a triathlete. Right. So he's always been a model for me.
Yes.
And he took care of me in the beginning and showing me how to train. And well, he was a bit more experienced than me. So in the beginning, we were all the time together, and we trained a lot together. Right now he's still training just for fun, to stay in shape, and well, we have different schedules, and it's difficult to train together because he does it just for fun. But we done many training together, and it's been great, and he's still enjoying the sport in a different way, but he's still racing local races and training, coaching people, and doing bike fits. So he's still very involved with the triathlon.
So when you took 5th here in 2006, that I think was when people really sat up and took notice, right? Well, when you start finishing top 5 in the World Championship, even though you've won other races, that's when people go, okay, when you get top 5, you can win. Did you start thinking that yourself? Like, hey, if I can be top 5, why can't I win here?
Yeah, well, first time here, I got 5th place, and it was like the confirmation that well, maybe yes, maybe the Ironman distance is okay
it's
for
okay.
me. maybe
I'm not going back to Olympic
maybe
anytime soon.
I'm not that bad. And then I came back next year in 2007. Didn't have a very.
Well, you're still 7th.
I was 7th. It was a good race, but yeah, after the 5th place in my first attempt, yeah, you think, well, maybe next is the podium. I want to do better, but yeah, I beat back. I took 7th, but then next year I took 2nd, and I remember leading the race during the marathon, and that's when I thought, well, I don't know if I can win this race, but I know I can be competitive and I can be fighting for the win. So. So yes, those first races were the key to know that I could do it well here.
And then the following year, 2nd at Wildflower, 2nd at Frankfurt, 2nd to Craig Alexander. So that really validates that you can win here when you take 2nd.
Yeah, it was not close because Craig that day was amazing. He did a very good race and yeah, but when you're on the podium, you know that you've been very close, and this race is sometimes you need a perfect day. I didn't have the perfect day. I had a very good day in 2008. I didn't have the perfect day, and you need a very
perfect day to win.
Almost perfect day to win here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought, well, I have still many work to do, but I think that I have a chance.
So when you look at your like we said. This year, you've done less racing, so you're probably fresher, and that, Dave Scott, I'm sure likes that. Most athletes race less. What has Dave helped you with, or how has he been as a coach for you?
Well, he's very experienced with coaching, with racing by himself, and especially here. So. Yeah, the training has been a bit different from what I was doing before. It's a different kind of training, more intensity, more race-based training. I think that's something I needed. And then last year I did some mistakes during the race with nutrition, and we didn't work much on that issue before coming to Kona because we thought that what I was doing was more or less okay, that we worked in the past, but when we analyzed the race after last year's race, we knew that we had. He told me that we had to do some changes in nutrition during race day, and this year is something I'm working on, and I'm doing some changes, and I think that's the reason why I didn't race well last year, and hopefully this year is going to be better.
So last year was we finished 11th.
11th.
Yeah, 11th place. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, obviously you want to do better.
Yeah.
Can you win this year?
I don't know. There's a lot of people who with
it's a deep field
chances to win. It's a deep field, so I know that I can do a good race, and and then it's just how it plays out. That's all I think about, doing a good race, and especially being happy with my performance. I know that everybody says the same before a race, but I think it's important to not to focus before a race in winning or getting a 2nd or 3rd.
Right.
I like to focus in the moment, and I do the best I can in the moment, and then we'll see. But obviously, if I have a chance, I will go for it. And
exactly.
Everybody, well, if you are in the race, you're racing, and you want to get that first place. But it's a race. It's a race for everybody, and there are many good athletes here, and that I respect a lot. And we'll see on Saturday what happens. But I think that I've done the training very well and in a good shape. So yeah, everybody has a chance.
When you look at this race, and you've done it, since 05, right, or 06. How has the race itself changed? Is it a lot faster than it was before? Is it more tactical?
This is both. It's much faster, and it's also much tactical. And I think that the level in the stream is higher, so it's always a big pack at the end of the stream.
Right.
Bigger, but
Everybody's swimming 51. There's a lot of 51 swimmers.
6 or 7 years before.
Yeah.
And the field is deeper, so yeah, if you make a mistake, you are out of the top 10.
Yeah.
Maybe 5-6 years ago, you could still be in the race and keep working and get in the top 10. But right now it's really difficult. If you did do a little mistake, you lost time, and the field is so deep that everybody overpasses you. So yeah, it's the level of the competition is
what
higher,
makes this race so
you
special.
have to be very focused, and it's faster. Not only the swim, also the bike times are faster, and the running times. So what can I say? It's a tough race, and it's very competitive.
It's funny because we always talk about the heat and the wind. To me, what makes this race so tough, like you said, is the competition. Because you've got, when you look down the list, there's 10, 12 guys that would not be surprised if they were the winners.
Yeah.
Right? And most of the races you go to, there's 2 or 3 guys. To me, that's the toughest part, because if you're in the wrong cycling group and they get away, or somebody else gets through,
you don't have time to relax. So as you say, the conditions are tough, but there are other races that have tough conditions or tough courses. But here you add to the conditions, you add the competition, the hard competition. So you have to. It's a very intense race from the beginning. You have to be very focused, and that's what I think that's what makes this race so hard.
All right, Eneko, thanks so much for taking time. Congratulations on John. That's very, very cool to be a dad. And so this will be John's first time at Ironman. He'll be sleeping.
First time in Hawaii.
He'll be sleeping and eating and pooping while Daddy's racing.
We'll take pictures for him.
Exactly.
When he grows up to let him know that he was in Hawaii when he was 8 months old.
Exactly. I have a feeling he's got a few more trips to Hawaii in his future.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right. Eneko Llanos has been our guest. Again, this is Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Abbott. We're presented by Active #Inspired to Race. Our sponsors, Timex. Every one of our athletes gets a Timex watch today. Rudy Project, the greatest sunglasses on earth. GoPro, MPA Graphics, the official graphics producer for USA Triathlon, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Poncho Man, take us out.
Good morning. How you feeling? How you feeling? I feel it. And I said, good morning. It's breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob.
Poncho Man.
Hello, everybody. Woo-hoo. It's all about that bass, no treble. It's all about that bass, no treble. It's all about that bass, no treble. It's all about that bass, and breakfast with Bob.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Bob Babbitt here, breakfast from Kona. Presented by Active, hashtag inspired to race, and sponsored by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Our next guest, who took 3rd place here last year, obviously someone who can win here, Liz Blatchford. How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Thanks
great
so much
to be here.
for taking time.
Thanks for having me.
So anytime someone finishes on the podium, you know that it sort of changes everything, right? Now, when you finish 3rd, well, of course you can win, right?
I don't know about of course, but I'm going to absolutely go out there and give it my best. Last year coming 3rd was a huge surprise for me and far exceeded my expectations.
Really? So you didn't think that you'd be able to do that?
I don't know what I thought. You know, I came in here hoping for a top 10.
Right.
And I didn't really let it creep into my mind, a podium or anything like that big. And when I achieved that, it was just, it was fantastic.
Gravy.
Yeah, exactly.
So take us back, 14 years old, born in Britain, grew up in Australia, and you got into triathlon when you were young, 14 years old. Was that from life-saving competitions and things like that?
Yeah, that's right. So I grew up in Perth in Western Australia.
Yeah.
And I grew up doing surf lifesaving, which is huge in Australia.
Gigantic.
All the kids do it, and it's such a great way to get into sport.
Yeah.
That and a bit of athletics. So I kind of had the swimming, open water swimming, and the running covered. And I did my first try at 14 and instantly loved it.
Yes.
So yeah, haven't looked back since.
And when did you realize that triathlon was actually an Olympic sport and potentially you could make a team?
Yeah, that's a good point. It must have been in my teens, obviously, when triathlon made the Olympics. And I remember watching Sydney and not being professional at that point. I was at university and partying a little, that sort of thing. Still training and racing a little, just locally. But seeing that, and that sort of inspired me, and I was like, wow, if I want to do this, I'm going to have to pull my finger out and actually start doing something proper.
And so the goal was to get to what, 2008 or 2012?
Yeah, so I did my first ITU races in 2001, and so Athens 2004 was on the radar, but to be honest, I probably wasn't developed enough as an athlete.
Right.
We had a lot of strong girls racing. Then 2008 and 2012, I pretty much put everything into trying to get to both of those games.
And in 2008, you're representing Great Britain at that point, and they only had 2 spots for women.
Yep, and that was part of the problem. Like, I had some injuries leading in, so did Helen Jenkins.
Yeah.
A few of the girls were injured, and we didn't qualify the 3 slots. As it turned out, I was selected 3rd athlete, but not having 3 slots, I didn't get
so you got left off. So then you're gearing up for 2012.
Absolutely, yeah.
And as you're heading towards that, then everything changes from a perspective of the race. That racing, I know it started with Simon Whitfield had a domestique working for him for Canada, and then in 2012, Great Britain decided they would have a domestique rather than having that spot open. Yeah,
absolutely. They chose to go down that route, and as it turned out, it worked out well for the men. In the women's race. So they selected the policy based around racing for Helen to try and secure that medal, and I wasn't selected for that team either. But
that must have been really tough.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, I put a lot of time into trying to get to the games, but we don't always achieve those things, and perhaps it's part of the journey,
Exactly.
And it turned me to long course sooner.
And so moving to long course, how tough was that? Because when you're doing those short course races, you're not thinking a lot about nutrition, right?
Yeah.
You're just thinking about going for an hour and 50 minutes or 2 hours. When you make that first move over to 70.3 in Ironman, was that a tough transition for you?
Somewhat, yeah. I jumped straight in after the non-selection in 2012, jumped straight into the 70.3s, and I had success straight away. And maybe it was a bit of dumb luck, because I think I did my first 70.3 off one gel, and I literally collapsed across the line. And then I soon learned that nutrition was important, and you can almost fake it in a 70.3, but Ironman you absolutely can't.
No, you cannot fake an Ironman. So your first Ironman was in Cairns, right? In 2013, you win.
Yeah.
First time out, so you're going, oh, this is pretty easy.
Not easy.
Not easy at all. But you'd obviously figured out the nutrition stuff by then.
Oh, somewhat. That almost was my undoing in that race.
Really?
I ran out of calories on the bike and hadn't taken enough with me. You know, unprepared, rookie. So I really struggled for the last probably 30 kilometres of the bike and the first half of the run. Just every aid station taking in everything I could get my hands on.
Yes.
And then I came good. The sugar got into my system and I got running again.
Boom, go. You train in Boulder, correct?
Some of the time.
Sometimes, and then Gold Coast, and you just rotate back and forth.
Yeah, Gold Coast is home, and I spend Boulder summers there.
Okay.
So I don't really like the cold. I just stick to warm places.
Yeah. So who do you train? You have a training group in Boulder?
No, I've got a few odd training partners here and there. I swim in the BAM squad there and whatnot. I've got a really good training partner at home on the Gold Coast who I do a lot with in Emma Moffat.
Oh, yeah. You think? So that's not a bad...
She's a good training partner. She's doing shorter stuff, but she's always training hard.
Right.
So...
And so balancing between Gold Coast and Boulder, and then you guys also came here. You've been here for a while.
Yeah. Last year in Boulder, the floods hit and the whole place was destroyed.
Right.
So I had a ticket booked to come here, I think 2 weeks before the race. And when the floods came, I changed the ticket and went early. So last year I was here in Kona 4 weeks before the race.
Right.
And when it worked out so well, I just thought I'll stick to that formula.
Smart move.
Yeah, did the same thing. Been here, 3.5 weeks already now.
Right.
So yeah, I'm really itching to race.
What is it about this island? People who come over here, a lot of times either have success right away, or it takes them a while to figure it out.
Yeah.
Having success right away, getting a third place. What is it about that connects you and this island?
Oh, I don't know.
Or this race.
Like, obviously I've only got one experience, and it was such a great experience.
Yeah.
So I loved coming back here, getting off the plane. I think you need to absolutely respect the place.
Yeah.
And I did. I said I hoped for a top 10. I didn't expect to come in and win the thing. And even now, I don't even know if I'm capable of that. I'm just going out there to do my best. But respecting the conditions and, just being prepared. Tick every box. Be a professional about it.
Yes. So when you were riding along with the lead group up there last year, were you thinking, oh, this is maybe working out a little better than I thought?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know what I was capable of, especially on the bike. And the longer that group stayed together and I was in it, I was like, this is good. There's not people riding time into me. And I thought I could put together a decent marathon.
Yes.
But I ran better than I thought I would too. So, yeah, it worked out to my favour, and hopefully I can hang in there as long as I can this year too.
So when we look at times and we look at you ended up with a 4-minute penalty, and you realized you threw the bottle and you knew right away that you'd made a mistake. And and what I love is the fact that you owned it. It was like, hey, I made a mistake, I messed up. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, I had to own that thing. It was a stupid mistake.
You're right in front of the official and you throw your water.
Threw the bottle, and as soon as it left my hand, I knew I'd done the wrong thing. But the rules are there, and the officials couldn't really not penalise me. So expensive mistake in 4 minutes, but it didn't change the results outright. Rachel in second was 6 minutes in front at the end. So it didn't mean I lost a place, and I'm very thankful of that.
So, but we've seen in the past, sometimes there's a positive and negative. It's obviously never nice to get a penalty, but sometimes when you get in there, it cools you off a little bit, allows you to get your heart rate down, and sort of get yourself together. Could that have helped you run a little bit?
Who knows, hey? Yeah. I've heard this, like, since getting my penalty, I've heard quite a few people talk about, the history of athletes that have won here with a 4-minute penalty.
Yeah, Luke Van Leeuwen. Yeah.
So, who knows? It gives you that minute to stay calm. You can't do anything in that 4 minutes. You can't panic. You just got to stand there.
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've had Chrissy Wellington has won this race 4 times, and Leanda, and we've had a lot of British women who have done really well here. Mm-hmm. You guys come from, of course, you grew up in Australia, but a lot of British athletes come from really cold, crappy conditions. What the heck? How does that translate?
Yeah, look, don't ask me. Like I said,
you're from Australia. Yeah,
I grew up in Oz. I'm racing for Australia again now.
So, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm racing for Australia, but look, British people, like, they're tough, and I think success, like, breeds success. You see other fellow countrywomen
I could do it too.
Well. Yeah.
So you could draw on both of them, Australia,
exactly,
or you can whatever you want to do.
Take a bit of Rinny, a bit of Chrissy.
Exactly, exactly. So you're part of the U-Place team. Talk a little bit about that, because I love the professionalism that comes along with a team in the sport. Because this is such an individual sport, but just seeing the way they've handled the athletes and handled communications with the media, it seems like a great group to hook up with. And similar to having a domestique, it's sort of nice to have somebody else taking care of certain things.
Yeah, absolutely. I signed with the team from January this year.
Yeah.
And it's been fantastic. They're, like you said, super professional, take care of all the details, all our equipment, anything that we need basically.
Yeah.
Very professional, and it just lets us focus on what we need to do, training, eating, sleeping, and come here and race, and they take care of the rest. So it's great to be a part of the team, and the group of athletes themselves, there's 7 of us racing here. Fantastic athletes, and we're a fun bunch. We get along. So
you get along really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great. What would it mean to you to win this race? As somebody who's been in the sport since you're 14 years old, I'm sure you read and saw the Ironman videos and all the classic stuff over the years. Yeah. The Olympics obviously is really, really important, but in our sport, the Ironman sometimes is considered even higher than the Olympic gold medal. What would it mean to you to win this race?
Oh, I don't know how to put that into words, but yeah, absolutely. Triathlon's been my life for longer than it hasn't.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
I've been doing it since I was 14, so it's been 20 years. I've been doing tri, and like you say, this is the pinnacle. To come here and win would be a dream come true, like to use a cliche, but yeah, absolutely. Like all of us professionals towing the line, we put everything into the, most of us are aiming for this race.
Right.
So to be the person on top on Saturday would be amazing.
And you also seem like the type of athlete who likes it when the competition is pretty fierce.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't deny there's times during the year, well, I'd rather just go to a race where there's not too much competition and just get the job done. But what really motivates me and what gets me up for the last 2 months of getting that last bit is this.
Because you
everyone's
look down,
gonna be here.
Marinda Carfrae, Caroline Steffen, you look at all the great Rachel Joyce, you look at all the athletes, and that to me is forget the wind, forget the heat. What makes this race special and forget what makes the race unique is it's one day a year where everybody is here, and they're not on the starting line going, oh, I'm training through this.
Exactly. No one can say that about Kona. And if they are, no one's believing it.
Nobody believes a word of it. Nice. Oh, Liz, thank you so much for taking time and joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I love it. We're going to have Poncho Man take us out. Again, Liz Blatchford has been our guest. 3rd place last year. This year, we think she's going to move up just a tad. My name is Bob Babbitt. This is Breakfast from Kona. We are brought to you by our presenting sponsor, Active, #Inspired to Race. Sponsored by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Poncho Man, take us out.
It's all about that bass, no trouble. It's all about that bass, Breakfast with Bob.
Poncho Man!
Hello, everybody. Yeah.